All right. Are you guys ready to finish this off? I don't know if we're going to get through it today or not, but we're sitting outside. We might go upstairs for a little bit. I hope you guys are doing good today. Look at my flyaways. My little flyaway baby hair that are coming back in are driving me nuts. How are all of you guys? How's your Tuesday? I don't even know what day it is. I do know what day it is because who's coming home today? Who's coming home today, buddy? He's excited. He doesn't know yet, but tonight he's going to be really excited. Okay, can I get to my computer? can, can, can I do something besides? What was that? What did you just do? Okay, it's time. He's like, oh, hey, I got to get to my computer, buddy. Okay, let's go. All right. Now he's out of my space for a minute. He's such a big baby. Oh, I can't wait for his dad to be home tonight because I swear he's about on my last nerve. This puppy's got too much energy for me. That's for sure. Oh, crap. Hey, Pika. Hey, Sasha. Mal. As Francisco. Mal, is it your birthday today? Is today your birthday? Hey, Ohana. Oh, I will look at it. Hey, Cassandra Rose. I don't know nothing about him. Hey, Earthy. Or do I follow him? So I couldn't tell you. Hey, Heather. Lip locked. That's what okay, it is your birthday. Dang it. Happy birthday, Mal. Happy birthday to you. I won't sing. Hey, Janice in accounting. Who else is MBS? Sorry, I'm looking through. BioBo, Catherine, Proud Mimi, Hey Revival, Hey Vixen, We Gob Sheet, Petunia. BioBo, I am really sorry about your dog. That is extremely difficult. I'm really sorry about that. Hey, Christina, I miss you too. Love you. Kyle comes home tonight. Hey, up to good. I know everything. It's been that way here too. I'm really sorry, BioBo. That's the comment I caught when I came in, and I'm really sorry about that. Hey, Shelly. That is Hank, my puppy. He is just a puppy. He's just a big pain in the butt. Hey, keep it moving. Mystic Butterfly. Hey, Chico. Lindsay. Shani. Charla. Teresa. Lindsay. Jinx. Mickey. LJ. Yeah, you'd have to go look, Cassandra Rose. There might be a few over here that know something about him, but majority aren't going to. Hey, Mike S. Hey, Duchess. Hey, Allegedly 420. I miss you too, Christina. Okay. I'm not going to catch up with everybody. It's just going to Hey, Shop. How are you doing? Hey, Miss Britt. He is a baby tank. Hey, Julie. All right, hey, Ash, MJ. Okay. So first and foremost, we're not going to do all Lauren today. I just can't. Ugh. It's too much. All of it. We are going to continue on with what we're doing, but there's something I want to talk about right quick. So she said the other night, she said this. Hold on just a second. She said in her live stream this.
Sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat. There were not many seats at the Brian Kohberger sentencing, only 2 rows of seats because most people were standing. But there was 1 row that was open to Lindsay, my former producer, and a close friend of the stalker. The stalker was not there. And there was another, Lori was there in another seat, kind of away, and then a woman named Sarah, who also appears on the TikTok. I don't know Sarah, but she appears on this TikTok channel in both video and comments. So I, looking for a seat, needing a seat, I asked Lindsay if the seat was available next to her, and a woman named Lori, also one of my stalker's friend, screamed at me to not talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. It was embarrassing in that moment in a professional setting, but I ignored it and I walked away, and I was shaken by that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be professional in a professional setting. During that day, myself and my producer, Grayson, were constantly filmed by my stalker's group of friends, which included...
This would be the date of July 23rd.
People I mentioned, Janice was also there, Lori, and this Sarah girl who appears, again, I don't know her. And
why are you mentioning her? Why would you mention all these people?
As part of their...
Because you're trying to do a smear campaign, in my opinion.
7 Gatherers group. And oh, you got this. This is her filming. I'm not. Everything is Janice is in the green dress. Okay, so filming. Well, it's okay. That's from your oh, it's in mine. Oh, there you go. Okay. But yeah, it was there.
So you were filming them? Huh. What about this? From the same date outside the courthouse.
All of the cars in the area, and that it would have happened. So I thought that was an interesting answer. Many good questions today from my fellow media, and a lot of people here today for this. I'm still taking in all of the victim impact statements, if I'm going to be honest.
This is after the Kohberger sentencing. She was shaken up. She was so shook.
We're heavy. I know I saw many of your chats. Dr. John has also been watching them all, and we will be going live in the next couple of hours, and that is a plan.
So who are you watching?
So definitely hit subscribe and hit notifications. I decided, many people are asking, I decided, and I thought we shared this in the chat.
This is what I find weird.
I was standing in line from 9 p.m. until about 2 a.m. and I hit a wall. And I also realized that I needed to be covering James Craig, which we took a break to come here, and we're about an hour behind, and we've been writing that. So at about 2 a.m., I decided, you know what? We're going to watch. Oh, there's John Pryor walking out. See, there's John Pryor, Chad Daybell's attorney, leaving. I decided it wasn't worth it. We were going to watch this from home because we needed to tag team James Craig and make sure that we're continuing our coverage on the important trial of James Craig, because there are no cameras in that courtroom. There are cameras here. And so we made the decision, you know what? Because there are cameras in this courtroom, we're not going to attend the sentencing. We'll allow other people to have our seats.
Oh, your seats. You'll allow other people to have your seats. Like you had some sort of assigned seating. First come, first serve.
That want our seats. And we will watch from home while tag teaming the James Craig. And we are on it, but it also means that we took a bit of a break to come here to this press conference. So I have to now run back.
Why is it that the story's changed? Why is that? You were going to let somebody have your seats, huh?
And we're going to jump back on James Craig to bring you all of the latest.
Why did you tell a fib in this one? You only came for the press conference. You were going to allow other people to have your seats. Does that seat have Lauren Matthias written on it?
Of what is happening in court. So we are still following that. We made that decision
again. She was shook
to not come to the sentencing in person. We left it again at 2 a.m. in the morning, pretty confident in that decision. And we're going to head back and bring you all the latest to the important trial of James Craig. And then Dr. John Matthias, my co-host, my husband, he is going to be bringing you his thoughts on Brian Kohberger's reaction or lack of reaction, as well as the victim impact statements and how we feel about this day of justice. And yeah, so that's what's going on. I'm going to take off here, and that's the latest. Again, this courthouse, I think the way to summarize this courthouse that I have reported here so often is justice. And today was another day of justice in this courthouse, in the Ada County Courthouse. So I will take off. Thank you, everyone. Again, hit subscribe, hit notifications. This is not the last time you're seeing me today. In fact,
and just to be sure that you guys know, she wasn't shooketh in the beginning of it either. But the seat part was really interesting, and I'll replay the other part so you understand why.
You can see me, and if you can hear me, let's just make sure that you all can. Okay, I see one thumbs up. Can you hear me? That is the ultimate question. Let me know. I did this microphone myself today. Admittedly, Grayson typically helps me. Hello. Hey, Cat Ride, you're the first one I see. Good to see you. Thumbs up from Jennifer. Okay, so you guys can hear me. We just concluded. Hello. We just concluded not just the sentencing for Brian Kohberger, but also the press conference, which I took you there behind the scenes. Hey, everyone. All right, so it sounds like you guys can hear me. Here's Grayson. I put my microphone on myself, Grayson. Oh. So I'm like frantic, feeling like they're not going to be able to hear me. Here's Grayson. She usually does the mic work. So it sounds like I'm good. I did it. I'm moving up in the world. Thank you. I did that. So let me take you guys behind the scenes and let's talk about everything that went on. In fact, and Grayson doesn't even know this, but Grayson, I might pull you on here in a little bit too. Let me take him around. But I think that you and I watched the sentencing together today. You and I were at the...
They watched the sentencing together?
Press conference, tag teaming today, whispering to one another. I know we were making decisions for y'all, doing our best, trying to get questions answered, trying to get info to you from the...
Or were you whispering about recording other people there covering the trial that told you couldn't have that seat?
Behind the scenes press conference we did. We were in the first row. So let me take you around. Let me show you what's going on, and then let's talk about what you and I, witnessed today. What you thought. I think Grace and I might have even had some differing opinion on how some things went down. So let me just show you guys around, and then we'll come back and do this in the shade right here. We'll do here. This is kind of private. We don't show anyone in the public. By the way, I did just see John Pryor in there. It took everything. Yeah, he was going through security, and I was like, oh,
scared for their lives.
Talk to John Pryor. That's Chad Daybell's attorney, but I knew later. So let me show you guys around what's going on here. Very busy outside the courthouse. A lot of media tents. So they do allow media tents.
Yeah, I'm not talking shit about her makeup either. Just so you guys, if you're new here, this is me. This is me in my little flyaways. I don't wear makeup. I do my brows and wear lashes. That's it. That's all. And don't forget, tattoos are trashy. So, and a disclaimer to anybody new here or to the hidden gems. I'm going to give you a fair warning. Very fair warning. Stay out of my inbox. I am not like your professional true crime creators. I'm not a true crime creator. I don't pretend to be. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel. I will absolutely put your email on this screen and name and shame you. I don't play with stupid people. I am condescending as fuck because if your brain cells do not connect, that is not my fault. But my inbox is not a safe place. If you come to my inbox and talk shit or do stupid shit on behalf of your weird obsession with creators that call you fans, you have your fair warning at this point in time. You email me with stupid shit, expect to get named and shamed. I do not fuck with stupid people. So that is your fair warning for anybody that is new here. You can email me. I don't check them very often, but I absolutely do not play. Been down this road many, many times. Lauren is not the first big creator that I have addressed, not even remotely. I don't blink an eye at these people. But playing games in my inbox or emailing me or thinking you're going to intimidate me, fuck around and find out. That's all I'm going to say. Fuck around and find out. If you don't want, and I will not hear this, oh my God, she put my, you've been warned. Straight up, you've been warned. I'm not hiding behind a camera pretending I'm something I'm not. This is who I am. My name is Becky. There you go. Okay, back to this. But that's your fair warning.
Right over
Anybody that's been here a while knows exactly what I'm saying. I will catch you up in your own shit. Trust and believe.
there, we have, let's see, I was seeing a lot of people, a lot of media. This is what's going on, a lot of after talk. So this is, by the way, do you know how many things happened in this courthouse? I feel like this is Groundhog's Day.
And I'm nice as hell until you cross that line. And I just don't like stupid people at all, or people that lack common sense, or people that lie to play the victim and weaponize their sub counts because they think there's something special. Nah, let's knock you guys right back to where you are. You're just like everybody else. You just had a little bit of a windfall because you covered some cases that had high interest into them. You're no different than the rest of us. You have a YouTube channel with a significant following. It's time some of you sat right back down where you belong.
Okay, a little bit. Even more than you guys probably know. Let's start. I got divorced in this courthouse. I had my first date with John about 5 minutes away. I then attended the Lori Vallow case here, and then I attended the Chad Daybell case here, and I've attended several hearings of Ryan Koberger here. It holds a lot of actual heartbreak, a lot of moments I'll never forget in my life. Seeing autopsy
She's so scared. She shook, right?
photos that I'll never be able to unsee. Being with those I love. This courthouse holds a lot of bitter, hard memories, but also justice. And today was another day of justice.
I don't see anybody bothering her in any way, shape, or form.
And that is what I am focusing on, is the justice that I have seen happen in this courthouse and what happened today. I think the most poignant moment for me, I just want to say, was hearing from Bethany through her friend and Dylan, the roommates. And I'm not, everything was poignant. Everything was emotional. I shed tears today watching the sentencing of Ryan Koberger.
The emotional pull that they do. I shed tears. I shed tears. It always takes from the victims and the families. It always, oof.
But for some reason, for me personally, what got to me was hearing about Dylan as she described panic attacks and PTSD and survivor guilt, and Bethany too. We've not heard from these roommates, and how the media storm and people reaching out to them, and how they had to hide, and how they will never be the same. You know, the impact that they felt, that impact of their lives forever, right. And then the loss of their best friends. That affected me.
That's right.
I'm going to have Grace come over here in a little bit to talk about the sentencing with me, and we'll just swap this microphone back and forth. But it's okay, not quite yet. But I do want to also point out a few things people were curious about in the press conference. The thing that I saw in our chat the most
looks to me like she's the one out there filming herself and doesn't seem shook at all.
Was that they talked about Papa Rogers. They did. They said Papa Rogers was, in so many words, they said Papa Rogers was not connected. They did not share a motive in today's press conference.
Or in today's regular speed, so you can see that even sped up, she sounds a little more frantic than she even was.
Sentencing. In fact, they left us with more.
She's just fine standing up.
More questions that they don't know why the house was targeted. They only know the house was targeted. They can't say who or why, but it was the house. They've made no connections to the restaurant. where Maddie worked. They've made no connections to Papa Rogers. They made no connections that they stated with us about a particular victim and them being the target. I thought that we would actually hear that in today's press conference, and we did not. So, Grayson, when it comes to the sentencing, and we'll take this off to share this microphone a little bit. Sorry, you guys are gonna hear some mic sound as I take this off. Here, we'll stand right here. Come over right here in this corner. We just protect everyone from the public. We get out of the way, and it's quiet. This is actually where I'd stand every lunch live for the for the Lori Vallow, Chad Dayball. You didn't know me then. You didn't know me. You missed that. We're going to
Grayson, from a woman that is probably close to your mother's age. My daughter is 23. My oldest is 23. Run. This is not a healthy work relationship. This is not healthy work boundaries. You are too young and potentially ruining your future career by this bullshit.
Another sentencing, her last sentencing here this week. Well, yeah. So, what was the most poignant moment for you? We watched it together. Can I ask you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
They seem just completely frazzled, don't they? Fear for their lives, right? Mind you, later on after this, they go to the restaurant where the other group of women already were. They get there after them. Seems like a pattern of behavior. Then they call the cops this evening. This very night was when the cops in Boise were called.
I really liked, I think it was Maddie's grandma. She talked about looking for the blessings. And I just felt like that was it's hard to do when tragedy strikes your family. And senseless tragedy at that. And I just have a lot of admiration for her. And she mentioned Brian Koberger's family. And that, I don't know, it just stuck with me. Like I felt like
Hey, everybody coming in. If you are just coming in, I will go back and show you what we are doing. The Chroma Reels. Oh, Chroma Reels. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. Welcome in. Hey, Jay. Clues. Thank you for sending people over.
She came in and she was.
We're not going to do all Lauren today, just so you know. And I only have a short, well, I actually have a few hours, but then I have to go pick up the man from the airport. So we're going to do Lauren, and then I've got some BJ stuff I want to talk about. And then I think I might take the opportunity to introduce you guys. I might do it tomorrow, but I've got another creator that is similar to this that I kind of want to introduce you guys to, that's doing similar things and or banking off of this situation too. Some of you already know her, some of you don't.
So she just walked up there with such grace and calmness and was just ready to go. And I think that was the impact statement that got to me the most.
Yeah. You know,
Of course you can. Anna on the dark side, thank you for being a member for 2 months. You can have umbrellas in your drinks. It's our world. It's our island. We can do whatever we want.
thing that I hope these victim impact statements do is help people to be able
Happy
to move
birthday,
forward. And
Mel.
I'm grateful for those who are able to share. Yeah, I think also I want to say this in the press conference. I really appreciated the voices of law enforcement. There were cheers from law enforcement. We learned that the Chapin family was reached out to every day. We learned that when it comes to this plea deal, I know there's a lot of talk of this plea deal, that not all of the family is happy about this plea deal. The Gonsalves family had made it very clear from the beginning that it did not make them happy, while other families have said that they approve and value the plea deal. And I think ultimately in the end, they made this plea deal because the prosecution, according to the press conference, felt it was the best thing when they were approached by the defense with this plea deal. As the trial loomed in the distance, jury selection would be going on this week, beginning this week, that they felt this was the best way for justice, that he will never be able to hurt anyone else, that he will be away forever, that he will have admitted guilt, and that he will be able to become a distant memory for these families without the appeals, without so many things that could happen if there is a death penalty phase or a trial.
Yes, I don't see the shook. I don't see her shook up at all. I'm going to speed her back up.
The possibility of appeals. That's off the table. And they felt it was the best way for justice. One interesting question for me, and it's something that I have always wondered, was if Brian Kober had not left the knife sheath behind, would he have been caught? Would he have been arrested? Would we have seen justice? Would we have known who took these 4 beautiful lives so senselessly? And today in the press conference, there was a joint decision that they actually said that they had talked about this endlessly, ad nauseum. Like that they had talked about whether or not, if Brian Koberger had not left that knife sheath behind, would they have been able to get him? And they agreed that yes, they would have. It would have taken longer. The timeline would have been different, but they feel like they would have gotten him through the car, that they were looking at all of the cars in the area and that it would have happened. So I thought that was an interesting answer. Many good questions today from my fellow media.
Pay attention to this part specifically.
And a lot of people here today for this. I'm still taking in all of the victim impact statements, if I'm going to be honest. They were heavy. I know I saw many of your chats. Dr. John has also been watching them all, and we will be going live in the next couple of hours, and that is a plan. So definitely hit subscribe and hit notifications. I decided, many people are asking, I decided, and I thought we shared this in the chat.
This is the part that stood out to me.
I was standing in line from 9 p.m. until about 2 a.m. and I hit a wall. And I also realized that I needed to be covering James Craig, which we took a break to come here, and we're about an hour behind, and we've been writing that. So at about 2 a.m., I decided, you know what? We're going to watch. Oh, there's John Pryor walking out. See, there's John Pryor, Chad Daybell's attorney, leaving.
So she was standing in line from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. and then she hit a wall. Okay. Well, why did the story change? Again, this was July 23rd.
I decided it wasn't worth it. We were going to watch this from home because we needed to tag team James Craig and make sure that we're continuing our coverage on the important trial of James Craig, because there are no cameras in that courtroom.
There's one thing I can't stand, and that is blatant ass liars.
There are cameras here. And so we made the decision, you know what? Because there are cameras in this courtroom, we're not going to attend the sentencing. We'll allow other people to have our seats.
We're going to allow other people to have our seats, really?
That want our seats. And we will watch from home while tag teaming the James Craig. And we are on it, but it also means
those seats did not say Hidden True Crime, Lauren Mathias, or Grayson.
Means that we took a bit of a break to come here to this press conference.
Looks at Grayson like you heard the story I just gave.
So I have to now run back, and we're going to jump back on James Craig to bring you all of the latest of what is happening in court. So we are still following that. We made that decision, again, to not come to the sentencing in person. We left it, again, at 2 a.m. in the morning, pretty confident in that decision. And we're going to head back and bring you all the latest to the important trial of James.
So then how did it change to this the other night?
Friends, I was looking for a seat. There were not.
Let's back it up just a
not many.
Oops.
Burkhart ever does. And I don't know how she does it, honestly, because I'm already like, damn, we got a ways more to go. I respect them both. And despite disagreeing with them on Richard Allen's guilt. So,
and to all of you sending me videos and clips and links and stuff about the Delphi coverage of theirs, holy shit. And just to be clear, I don't have a production crew. It's me, my laptop, and Hank. I am just an asshole. I have an office, of course, but I don't have a studio. I don't have assistants. I don't have any of that stuff. So I am the one that combs through and watches every minute of everything I ever bring you. So just bear with me. You guys have sent so much stuff to my inbox for me to look at. I am overwhelmed. I appreciate it. Keep it coming, because holy crap, this is a rabbit hole. But I'm just trying to get through it. Yeah.
Okay,
consent.
where was I? This is a more okay, eye contact. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. We'll start zooming through these. The horrible things I've done. John Dehlin email. On July 23rd, 2025, I was in Boise, Idaho, working and reporting at the Brian Koberger sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat. There were not many seats at the Brian Koberger sentencing, only 2 rows of seats because most people were standing.
Listen to this, how this.
But there
story
was one
changed.
row that was open to Lindsay, my former producer and a close friend of the stalker. Stalker was not there. And there was another, Lori was there in another seat, kind of away. And then a woman named Sarah, who also
So how do you know this?
appears on the TikTok. I don't know Sarah, but she appears on this TikTok channel.
How do you know this again? What are you talking about?
Eye contact. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. We'll start zooming through these.
The video we just watched was from July 23rd, 2025, after the Brian Koberger sentencing. She attended the press conference, but left line. She was there from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. and left, let other people have their seats. So how did the story change there, Lauren?
The horrible things I've done. John Dehlin email. On July 23rd, 2025, I was in Boise, Idaho, working and reporting at the Brian Koberger sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat.
Oh, prior to the press conference. Oh, okay. So right before the press conference is when this supposedly happened, when she came back for the press conference. Right. She got a, okay. So she was allowing people to have her seats during the sentencing. And then this was right before the press conference. Well, we just saw her reporting after, and she doesn't look shook up at all. 9mm and Lipstick, thank you for being a member for 2 months. She does look terrified, doesn't she? That Michelle, thank you for being a member for 17 months. BioBo, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Sending you a huge hug. I know today has been rough as hell. Pam J, thank you for being a member for 3 months. I'm glad you found us too. Thank you for being an Islander.
There were not many seats at the Brian Koberger sentencing, only 2 rows of seats because most people were standing. But there was one row that was open to Lindsay, my
Don't worry, looking beyond. I got some words for her today too.
former producer and a close friend of the stalker. Stalker was not there. And there was another, Lori was there in another seat, kind of.
Senrisa, I'm really sorry that it's valid though. Like the fact she is intentionally my stalking. Like she is absolutely being intentional with her words. Again, she is a producer, a storyteller, a podcaster, a journalist. She is very intentional with her words, and she's trying to evoke an emotional response from people. Good, bad, indifferent. She doesn't care. She just wants an emotional response, whatever that is. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people that hear the word stalking, my stalker, and it does remind them of something that happened to them, and they can't handle it. So they've believed everything Lauren has said.
Away. And then a woman named Sarah, who also appears on the TikTok. I don't know Sarah, but she appears on this TikTok channel.
Absolutely.
In both video and comments. So I, looking for a seat, needing a seat.
She said the phrase my stalker 78 times. She used the word stalk, just the STALK 440 times. She used stalking over 200, which is a form of stalk. So she used those very specific.
I asked Lindsay if the seat was available next to her, and a woman named Lori, also one of my stalker's friend, screamed at me to not talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. It was embarrassing.
So what's the story?
In that moment, in a professional setting, but I ignored it and I walked away, and I was shaken by
Doesn't seem very shaken to me.
that. I'm just trying to be professional in a professional setting.
You left and allowed people to have your seats. You told the story about how from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. you stood in line, and then at 2 a.m. you made the decision to go home and watch the sentencing from home. So when did all of this happen? Seems to me that this has been very calculated, all of these things. Now I'm going to take you back in the midst of this horrific time, being afraid for her life through June to September. She did two, not one, two My Story interviews with two different creators. One in July with John Dehlin and one in August with Radio Free Mormon.
During that day, myself and my producer Grayson were constantly filmed by my stalkers group of friends.
You were out there filming yourself,
which
filming in public spaces is not illegal.
Included people I mentioned. Janice was also there, Lori, and this Sarah girl who appears, again, I don't know her, and is part of their Seven Gatherers group. And
I've heard that that's not even remotely true.
You got this. This is her filming.
And the woman in the green dress is who she is pointing out here. Look how far away they are.
Everything. Janice is in the green dress. Okay, so filming. Well, it's okay. That's from your Oh, it's in mine. Oh, there you go. Okay. But yeah, it was there. And then these are all the women that are involved in commenting and reposting on these targeted social media pages. In fact, Lindsay, did make it on the stand and admitted that yes, she comments. She likes to comment like a kitten being tortured in some of the comments.
Oh my God, not comment sections. Not that we haven't seen this before.
That night.
How dare you, grown-ass adults, make comments on people's posts and engage in them, you stalkers, for following public. Sounds like we've heard this before. Somebody being called a stalker for engaging on public posts. Yikes.
My producer and I went to a local restaurant in Boise, Idaho, to have dinner after the sentencing. We sat outside the restaurant and were enjoying our dinner when I noticed from outside the restaurant that Janice was once again filming me from outside the restaurant's property. I waved, she flipped me off. I'm like, here we go again. And
you were in fear for your life because you got flipped off. It's interesting to me that everybody keeps overlooking that they were in the restaurant first. You showed up at the same restaurant. At CrimeCon, the officers tell her that she can be in the hotel. And when she asked if she could go to the bar, they said, yeah, as long as she wasn't there. So what happened? She was at the bar. Christina was at the bar while you were at an awards ceremony. What happens? You get done with your award ceremony, and instead of going upstairs to your hotel room, where do you go? To make a spectacle out of the bar. She was there. You could have stayed away. But instead, you went in and had people go look. Then you went and got security and police to escort her out because, well, Lauren Mathias of Hidden True Crime needs recognition that she can go wherever she wants during CrimeCon. And this was all fine and dandy. Shocking to me.
Because of our history, I turned my camera.
Afraid for your life, but continue to end up in the places where her and her friends are. Shocking.
On for safety. And I kept it on, and I actually had my camera.
And you had somebody going around and filming and taking photos on your behalf.
Camera on for over 8 minutes, talking to Grayson, encouraging her, telling her, just don't worry about it. And
collecting evidence. Is that what you were doing? Okay, I want to finish out. Actually, I want to play Granny's video. I think this is important for anybody that doesn't know. If you are new to this part of YouTube and have never been around my channel in particular, I always say I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel. I started out my YouTube channel because of a true crime creator or true crime creators who exploit tragedies, who lie, who manipulate the facts, provide misinformation, align themselves with families, and push out bullshit, get the families in deeper shit than they ever did. That was Molly Golightly. And people like clutch those pearls or clutch them pearls. Justice, Justin for nobody. We call him Spanky. Creators like that. That's why I'm here. I address true crime creators who exploit, misinform, and then somehow always end up becoming the victims. They overshadow the victims, and they themselves have gone through worse than any other person after they've done the same things to the victims and their families. That is why we have an island. We're not really a part of, we overlap with other communities, but like Jay does true crime. She has a true crime channel. Clue does some true crime. We overlap with some of those people, but I do not do true crime cases myself. I do not cover that. I will do occasionally a missing, like bring awareness, things of that nature. I do like to talk about cults and the crimes around cults, things of that nature. I don't know what else. You can explain it. If you have questions about what I do, just ask me. But this is what, I don't like true crime creators. I just don't. At all. Because the bigger they get, the more entitled they become. And this one is not shocking to me.
Then Lori and Sarah, two of the...
And yes, we're going to be going through and breaking down all of these names of who she mixed in here.
7 gatherers came up to my dinner table to confront me, and we're going to play that, and I'm going to say a couple things about it. So we start with me sort of talking to Grace, and then what's the first?
I'll be honest. I think what happened here is she got wind that some of her messages and some of the shit she had been doing behind the scenes about victims and her colleagues, her professional contacts. I think people got wind of that, and she decided to seek out revenge. And I think all of this has been Lauren's setup of seeking revenge. I think Lauren is the instigator right now. With what we have seen, it lines with Lauren's the actual instigator. Lauren sought these situations out. Lauren manifested these outcomes. Until there is proof to show otherwise, it is Lauren.
First word you hear Lori say so that you know it's Lori? About today, referring to the Brian Koberger. Yeah, referring to the Brian Koberger sentencing. So I'm saying don't give them air, leave them alone.
And these weird Zoolander-esque stares into the camera. Ugh.
I'm going to set the stage a little bit more. They were sitting inside. We did not know that. But Janice was outside filming us. And you can see in the background, Lindsay walks out and keeps going while the other two, and you won't be able to see Lori's face come up to our table unbeknownst to us. So here's this video. Okay. Recording me, so I did what you did. I just like waved, and then she proved she was, but I just flipped me off as I waved. Like, put me off.
I can't wait to find out how they ended up at the same restaurant.
I don't know. They waved. Don't stare. Don't stare. I do.
Don't stare, she says.
Remember what we decided.
Who was trying to create a scene? Who was trying to set this situation up?
Yeah, please do not give them
Broad daylight, and she's in fear for her safety. Can't walk to her car.
air.
About today,
What?
about today, you sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops call Christina about stuff that you shouldn't be waving at her. You shouldn't be coming, talking to her. You should be staying far away from her.
So the cops have nothing to do with what
I'm just saying, don't just.
Whoever this is that approached her was even kind. Man, some of you have not been have been sat on your ass enough, and it really shows. Some of you are very entitled, and it shows, because if you think this was so threatening, oh my.
I was asking about a seat. I walked away.
You said Lindsay. You said Lindsay.
You were asking about a seat. Ma'am, you got on your live stream and told everybody that you had given up and decided to go home and cover it from home. So then when you go back to the press conference, you decide to create a scene at the sentencing press conference? Whatever.
Lindsay, is anyone sitting here? Don't talk.
Feels like Lauren just tries to set the scene constantly.
Lindsay's in her 30s. She can talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s. Lindsay can talk to
I'm not talking to you.
Lindsay doesn't want to talk to her. She sent her a cease and desist letter. Why would Lindsay talk to her?
The cease and desist is letter to Christina, and the police calling Christina. I didn't request that.
I can't hear
Someone,
you.
Just stay away.
someone that
Stay away. Just stop acting like nothing happened, that you haven't done anything. Leave
I
her alone.
haven't done anything, and I will stand by that
Send her
forever.
a cease and desist?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with you guys. It has nothing to do with
We are her
this.
friends, and we will.
Right. It has nothing to do with her friends, but her friends are probably sick and tired of you ending up everywhere they are. And then somehow they end up on the other end of things, that they did something to poor Lauren. You sent a C&D and then magically continue to end up, granted, it's not a protection order or anything of that nature, but she constantly, were you trying to poke for a reaction? Were you baiting a reaction? Seems to me that you were pushing to escalate the situation and they didn't give you what they want. You're lucky. You're lucky they didn't. How much more is it supposed to be where Lauren shows up everywhere and everybody's supposed to bow down to her?
Back her up till the
A
day
cease
she
and
dies.
desist is a legal business. It has nothing to do with you guys.
Things that you did. You in that.
What did I
those
do?
things- You accused her of things you did.
What did I
You
do?
sent her cease and desist, and then
What
you
did I
approached
do?
her. You approached
I think she was baiting for a reaction so they would escalate their behavior and it would be so egregious that it would cover up anything that Lauren potentially said or did about victims and her professional contacts. I think she realized she fucked up. She did something. She recorded victims, whatever the case may be. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure there's something. We heard her buddy Trisha. I was watching Jay's today, and Jay played a video of Trisha from Web Sleuths at CrimeCon, who went up and at a meet and greet with John Ramsey, tried to get all froggy and like demand answers. What is wrong with you people? You need to stop covering true crime and come back to the real world a little bit, because some of you are so out of touch with reality. It's disgusting.
her after you.
But you can't tell me that all of these creators haven't been secretly recording and documenting things about these victims and their families and doing shit behind the scenes.
Cease and desist.
Why would you want to approach her after you sent her a cease and
She
desist?
asked if there was
I
a seat
asked if
available.
I could
I know. I
sit.
told her there
I was
wasn't.
at a
Okay, so
press
who cares?
conference.
Well, then she kept
You're at a press
asking.
conference.
I know.
You're at a press
What does that have to do with anything?
When there's not a lot of seats, you say,
There were lots of empty seats she could have sat at, but she chose to ask about sitting. She chose to specifically approach somebody by name that she sent a cease and desist to. It's just like,
great, guess what? You know what? I work with Lindsay, and she tried.
Because she was hoping that the cameras would catch it if Lindsay escalated. If Lindsay raised her voice, she was hoping at a press conference. Why else? Why else? Setting the stage. Lauren likes to set the stage. She leaves. She doesn't even stand in line. She's there until 2 a.m., goes home, decides, we're not going to film this. We're going to go home, let other people have our seats. Her words exactly. Then she goes back for the press conference. There's other seats available, but she decides to go right up to her ex-contract worker that she sent to C&D and ask if she could sit in that seat. Again, I think she was baiting for a reaction for Lindsay to escalate the situation, and cameras would just happen to catch it.
to get me sued. So guess what? I don't give a fuck.
I don't know you.
well, you know me. You don't know
No,
me.
I have your phone number because I wanted to get eyelash
Was that at Delphi, Jay, that she cut in front of Joe Schmo?
extensions, but we've never hung out.
No,
I don't know
I
you.
never said we
So could you please get away from our table because you're making me uncomfortable. I don't know you. I don't know why you guys approached us.
Y'all Nana's not drunk. I don't have any personal feelings towards Trisha, but what I saw today was gross. Did you see what Jay played, Y'all Nana's not drunk, of what Trisha did to John Ramsey and talked about it? I don't have, again, this isn't, when I say it's not personal, I don't have any personal care or attachment to any of these people at all. Zero, zilch, none. I have no sense of loyalty, no nothing. I don't know these people, and it's weird to me because they're strangers on the internet. But if you haven't seen that, I can pull it up. Jay shared the link and I can show you. That was mind blowing to me. And I didn't like what she did, and I don't like the excuses that Trisha's been giving about why Lauren's case should have been handled differently than Bullhorn Betty and the Proudfoot and Bower Sox. They keep making excuses. I saw Trisha do that. I've seen Trisha overlook facts repeatedly because of emotional investment.
We asked about a seat at a press conference. I don't approach.
And I tried really hard out of respect for Heels because I know that Trisha was Heels' friend. But the facts are the facts, and what they're doing to victims and their families is truly disgusting.
You guys when we're all hanging out together.
We don't all hang out together.
You guys, I know. So you're approaching me while I'm trying to have dinner. I approached you at a press conference about a seat. Could you please? She's bothering us. Could you tell her to leave us alone? I don't know her. I've never communicated with her.
Sorry. Uchi, I don't know why that's not up yet.
Thank you.
At least they got the
I'll play that.
So we'll probably play that video later because I want to point out a few more things about it. And, watching it for the first time might be confusing. It seems, as you hear, I keep repeating, what did I do? I didn't do anything. And they keep saying that I sent their friend a cease and desist. And I say, it had nothing to do with you. I don't know what this is about. We're in a professional setting. They came up. You see actually Janice filming in the background at one point. I don't understand. You guys don't understand. I don't understand. I want these people to leave me alone. I want to be.
You want to be left alone, but you continually to magically show up in the places that they are in. You want to be left alone, but you keep showing up at the places that they are at. Again, you were at the awards banquet. I don't get it. Okay, let me show you guys this. Thank you to Jay for sharing this earlier because I didn't know about this. Here is Trisha from Web Sleuths.
It was a nice conversation, but I do have to be careful because I can't get thrown out of CrimeCon. I just can't. And they're very, very.
And this is from September 8th. So just to segue, so people understand why I'm frustrated with Trisha after hearing this, because this just goes again to show the disrespect that goes into victims and their families. You can have your personal feelings about John Ramsey, but there is not evidence and/or charges to back that up. There just isn't. After all these years, he's an 82-year-old man. And if you can't put your personal feelings, and let's just say this, I find it to be extremely fucking weird that anybody is going to these events to get pictures with the parents, siblings, family members of victims of horrific crimes or parents of missing children. I find it to be extremely off-putting. Something is wrong with you if you're going to these events to get pictures with people who have had their children murdered, their family members murdered, their kids missing. I find it to be just a weird space.
Strict now on how they do things, and I'll tell you more about that later as well. Okay. And I know they would have thrown me out or anyone out who was not polite to John Ramsey. And as they
All Nana's not drunk. Here's what really opened my eyes about Trisha today.
should have. They should never allow any type of disruption to happen to one of their guest speakers. That's just how it should be. They've got to keep the peace at CrimeCon. Now, it's a fact that CrimeCon keeps inviting John Ramsey as a guest speaker. Now, that's the problem I have with it, okay? Because what that does is that lends legitimacy to John Ramsey and his stories and his falsehoods. This time, he brought his former attorney, Hal Haddon, with him. Now, on stage, in front of hundreds of people, maybe even 1,000 or so, they repeated the lie by omission that no one testified on the Ramseys' behalf in the grand jury. And we're going to get into all of that here in a moment. And of course, they barely mentioned the ransom note, which is the biggest and best piece of evidence, because here's the deal, my friends. When you realize Patsy wrote the note, nothing else matters. That DNA, all that DNA talk doesn't mean anything because there's no intruder. Patsy wrote the note, in my opinion. Just a farce. Now, the DNA, that is...
It's really shocking to me that in this true crime space that their opinions always trump the actual evidence and or crimes or charges that people have gotten. We live in America. I sound like Betty now. We live in America. It is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I'm sorry, I find that to be very important. And a lot of these quote unquote true crime creators, they're grimy if you ask me, don't give a shit about the actual justice. They don't give a shit about evidence. If it's their opinion that somebody is guilty, they're going to find anything to try to back up that opinion.
A big thing that Randy keeps talking about. And I have no idea if Othram is going to do any testing. I hope they do, because they are the best in the world, the best lab to do it. Plus, I know Othram is all about science, not the drama and the lies surrounding a case. So whatever the DNA is, Othram will find out if they are the ones that are doing it. Othram or any legitimate lab should be able to find out, and they'll just go with the science. And what that science will show, I don't know, other than it will show that it's not the intruder. It will probably show that it's a mixture. And let me ask you something. For this intruder going all over
Thank you again to Everyday with Jay for finding this and showing this today. I didn't know this.
the house and writing a ransom note, picking up John Bonet and hitting her and doing all these things, how come he would just leave microscopic skin cells? We're not talking about spit or, blood or skin. Little, just, you can't even see it. The skin cells, they're so microscopic. How come he would just leave that? How did he manage that? How did the intruder manage to leave just microscopic little teensy pieces of DNA? I don't know. It's an amazing intruder. So again, don't know if the DNA is being tested, don't know who's testing it, but it doesn't matter because it won't show an intruder. If there was an intruder, there would be more DNA. And again, Patsy Ramsey would not write a ransom note for the intruder, right?
Duchess, will you drop Everyday with Jay's link and yours, please? Duchess is more of an awareness channel. If you don't know, it covers a lot of cases in her local area with corruption, missing persons, horrific tragedies in the Carolinas. She does a lot of awareness for missing persons cases. And Jay has both her Everyday with Jay, where she talks about this kind of stuff. And then she's got her Jay for Justice channel, which is her true crime channel. If you don't follow those two, suggest.
Right. Anyway, we're going to talk more about CrimeCon shortly. Stacey, here's a problem.
And anybody can tell you that this has been 2024 and 2025, these 2 years, we are seeing, I and people over here are seeing more and more true crime creators doing this salacious bullshit, misinforming. They don't care about the facts and the details. They care about whatever side that they can attach to, get some breaking information from or connections to the family, so people think that they're an exclusive source for bullshit. We're seeing it more and more, and subs gravitate to that, and that's it.
This or not. Okay, whenever I go out of town, all Stacey does is drink. We know that. Cheap vodka, cheap tequila. Well, yeah, she needs to sleep it off. Okay, that's a lie. You know I'm lying. No, she's just not feeling well. I said, take the night off because we're just going to be chit-chatting tonight, and we're going to get into the business of heavy-duty true crime tomorrow. But tonight, it's all about CrimeCon and the weirdness and the fun and the sadness and the emotional things that happened at CrimeCon. But yes, you are looking at a picture of me smiling, happy with John Ramsey, and John Ramsey kind of looks like he just swallowed a fly and is going, who the hell is this woman? I need to spit this fly out of my mouth. He doesn't look happy, but
he looks like he's there to take pictures with a bunch of weird people that want to take pictures. How weird can that be?
Not because of anything I said. He was probably exhausted, the poor guy. He's 82. He's a lot older than me, and I wanted to take a nap just after standing in line for 10 minutes. So again, he was very pleasant, and he was pleasant to everybody. Burke Ramsey was there. John and
Seabury, I didn't know. I had no idea about this, and thank you for the support. I had no idea.
Andrew, that's John's son from his first marriage. He was there.
It's hard enough to keep up with the few creators I cover, let alone all of this stuff. So I'm glad more and more people are starting to pay attention to these people, because this shit goes right under our noses.
There. And of course, nobody was talking to them. They were standing kind of to the left of John behind him. And nobody went up and talked to him. And I don't think nobody should have.
It's a
Wait
lot,
a minute.
Uncle Tim.
I don't think anybody should have. I'm sorry.
Stitching.
I go out of state and I start losing my English skills. Anyway.
Stitching, thank you for being with me for 2 full years. I really appreciate you. Being a member. You've been here longer than that, but you've been a member for 2 full years. Thank you, Stitching.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very tiring for John Ramsey. It's tiring for everybody, trust me. By Sunday, people are walking around looking like zombies. But let's get into it, shall we?
It reminds me of Crocodile Dundee, Chubby.
I'm going to take this down here. Let me take this down. Whoops, that's not what I need to do. Here's what I need to do. There we go. And then I have another picture I need to show you from CrimeCon that is so hilarious. And we're going to have a caption contest for it.
Yes.
It's of me, but it's the damn funniest thing I've ever seen. I didn't take it. Somebody else did and posted it somewhere. And people have been sending it to me, and it's so funny. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But how's everybody doing? I met some
She recorded him. Hold on. There's more to it. Let me grab the transcript. She recorded him without his... Oh, let's see. She keeps going. She says something. Oh, here it is. She goes on. She says hello for a few minutes.
Anyway. John Ramsey did his thing. One of the most popular events at CrimeCon. And he was there with his old attorney, Hal Haddon, who represented him during like the criminal investigation. This wasn't Lynn Wood that did all the, all the lawsuits and everything. Hal Haddon was helping him navigate not having to go to the police. And
Body, but that's different to me. I can imagine people trying to get close to you, but I can imagine people wanting to take pictures with you, or that makes sense to me too, except weirdos exist. But I don't know. It's all so strange. You're not the parent, or you helped solve a case, which is a massive deal. You're our resident celeb over here.
Do any questioning and things like that, trying to help him avoid the police. But anyway, I did not go to that because I wanted to be first in line for the meet and greet.
Yeah, right.
And that is where John Ramsey, you can meet him and greet him. And it was packed. I was one of the first people in line. And I had originally decided to end my conversation with Mr. Ramsey and say,
Jay, we talked about this the other day, and I agree. I think it's super fucking weird that they're even in this position. Now, I think podcasters, like the hosts, things of that nature, I can understand, or recognition for 501Cs or people like Body, I can get behind that. This other, wanting photo ops with John Ramsey is so weird to me, and it's shocking, like Body said, that they didn't have people keeping it away. But here she goes.
Say, Mr. Ramsey, you and I both know there was no intruder, and there are millions of other people that feel that way. I hope someday you tell the truth, sir. I was going to end it with that. But again, I found out that they have really increased things at security at CrimeCon. Now get this. When you go up, you have to take your camera and shoot one of those QR codes. I hate those QR codes. They make me crazy. And then you have to fill in the information, who you are. I didn't think I had to give them my birth date. Okay. And then your email address. And so they know who you are. And then you have to take a picture with the person that you are meet and greeting. Okay. And that's why I had a picture taken with them. I had no intention of doing that. But here's the thing. You're only supposed to spend, 30 seconds. Hi, nice to meet you, blah, blah, blah. So I had our moderator from websleuths.com, the True Crime Discussion Forum, run out. Oh, Paula Woodward was there with them too. She's a former...
This is Trisha from Web Sleuths.
Denver.
She is talking about when she did a meet and greet with John Ramsey to try to question him. They weren't supposed to be recording or anything, and she did all of it.
News lady and news anchor. And she's written these stupid books, and they're just bad, talking about John Ramsey and John Bonet, and she rides on his coattails, in my opinion. And she believes the intruder theory, and she's full of it, in my opinion. She's just the worst. But she had books for...
Jay found this and showed it today, and we were talking, people they said, I didn't know you didn't like Trisha. I don't know Trisha on a personal level. You guys know I'm an equal opportunity hater. the list of who I like is way shorter than who I dislike. I just don't like this behavior at all. I find this to be disgusting.
Sale. So I had Mad Magoo from Web Sleuths. I literally gave her a wad of cash. I said, go buy me 5 books, 5 Paul Woodward books. He's got to stand there and sign every one of them while I talk to them. And they can't make me move along because I bought these books and he's signing them. I said, that's the only way I'll be able to have a conversation with him. Bless her heart, she did. So I go up there and I'm carrying this stack of books. And I lied, flat out lied. Hi, Mr. Ramsey, I'm so sorry. I had a whole bunch of your books, but I left them back at the hotel. But I've got Paula Woodward books. Would you mind signing them? No, that'd be fine. Now, they also did not allow you to film or take pictures while you're there. You know, while you couldn't personally do it while you were talking to the person. Now, they let people stand outside the rope lines and film, but you couldn't hear anything. Okay, so I couldn't stand there with a microphone and talk to him and have it be recorded. They wouldn't allow that. Accidentally left my cell phone video, you know, like my camera, it takes video. I accidentally started a video. It was accident.
It was an accident that the camera just started recording. Kind of like those pens that were worn into church that accidentally started recording inside of a church.
It was an accident. I sat my phone down and I got our conversation on audio. However, since the rules were that you were not supposed to record, I don't feel that I can legally play it, but I have it. I did type it out exactly what we said, okay? So I'm gonna read it to you. And then I can explain how the picture happened. But I do have this in audio, okay? And it's nothing, I mean, it's nothing major. And again, I was going to hit him with some hard questions. I was going to say, why would you allow Bert to go to school when there was a person out there who had killed John Bonet claiming because he didn't like your business? But yet all you do is talk about how poorly the media treated you and Patsy and Burke, and how you worried about Bert going to school because of the media. Mr. Ramsey, why didn't you ever say, I was scared to death that my son might be the next victim of this horrible intruder who killed John Bonet? If that was my child, I would raise him like a veal after that. He'd be in a box in a dark room and I'd never let him out. If
a veal? I was trying to figure out what the hell she was saying, but it does sound like she's saying veal, which is a steak from a baby's cow. What?
Somebody came into my house and killed my child and left a note saying, it's because of you I did this. No. All the Ramseys ever talked about, and he still talks about it to this day. Hey, you know, the way that the media treated us was horrible. I agree. And
the way that they're still treating them, how you just accidentally recorded when it's against the rules.
And what they did to Burke, you know, they harassed him at school. Horrible. Shouldn't do that. Totally agree. But Mr. Ramsey, you let your son, your 9-year-old son, go to school without armed guards following him. And there's a maniac killer out there who just killed John Bonet. I don't know what you're thinking. That's what I was going to do. And then I was going to do my little speech at the end. You and I both know there's no intruder. Please tell the truth someday, whatever. But because of the rules of CrimeCon, I really don't want to get thrown out. And I felt like that would not be appropriate to behave that way because of the rules they specified. So I wanted to follow the rules. So why did I get some good stuff here? Okay. Here is the transcript, and this is exact. Hi, Mr. Ramsey. And then I explained, you know, I'm sorry I had my books and I left them at my hotel, but here, can you sign these books? He's like, sure. Nice guy. Very sweet man. And I said, what did you think about the grand jury indicting you and Patsy? That was awful. John, well, I think I'm told a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich, meaning this is a one-sided argument, Tricia. But didn't Lou Smith do his PowerPoint presentation? John, yes, he did. Tricia, so John, what the indictment was, and the DA wouldn't sign it. It was ridiculous. It was that we allowed John Bonet to be in a dangerous environment. And I said, right. And I know John Douglas testified for you. And John says, yeah. And then I said, I was watching Lou Smith's presentation. I have one more question, because now by this time, they're trying to get me to move on. They're basically, I really thought they'd come and pick me up by my armpits and throw me out by this time, because this is going a lot faster than it did then. Okay. So anyway, Tricia, I was watching Lou Smith's presentation, and I have one more question. And then I'll go. And I ran and I said, and then I'll go, letting him know that this would be it. I said, he goes through that window, right? And then I said something that I don't understand. And John says, oh yeah, that was foolish to say he couldn't get through that window. Tricia, you could, but the problem was his rear end disturbed all that dust. And the police have a picture of the dust undisturbed. And I'm wondering if the police waited until later to take that picture. Do you think that's what happened? Now, and we can show this later. I don't have it ready to go. I'm sorry, but Lou Smith shows how you can go through that window, and that's where he thinks the intruder came in. But his ass drags in the dirt and the leaves and everything. Okay, no problem with that, except for the police have a picture of the window seal with all of that undisturbed. They have a picture of a spider web that was not broken. Nobody came through that window that day, and that picture proves it. But I just wanted to see what he said. Okay. I said, I'm wondering if the police waited until later to take that picture. Do you think that's what happened? John, oh, yeah. They wouldn't have taken pictures that day. Their forensic dude came in days later and only spent 6 hours there. And the DA said, you can't get this done in 6 hours. Get back in there. And I said, oh, my gosh, I didn't know that. Well, sir, thank you. And then my recording stopped. I think I set my phone down and it stopped. Anyway, I said, thank you, sir. And I turn around to walk away. And I hear people yelling at me. And I turn around and I swear, you guys, John Ramsey looked like a puppy who had just been scolded. He's like, I was supposed to walk over to the crime con picture and have my picture taken with him. And I walked away. And everybody's going, your picture, you got to get your picture. And John Ramsey's standing there. And I said, oh, okay. So that's when I went over and I took the picture with Mr. Ramsey. And there it is.
I'm sorry, but what? What? I will in a minute. Thank you, Janice in accounting. Sorry, I missed that one. Oh, I got you. That's what, okay. All right. That makes sense. Thank you for the support. That makes more sense. I thought that was a really odd word choice.
And again, he was very polite, but he lied
The support.
like he always does. And, you know, he's 82, 83, and I'm not that far away from it. I get the feeling, I don't want to be rude, but, you know, I'm sure he was tired and he's not as sharp as he used to be. The answer sounded very pat until I went off his script and he had to come up with something else. And by the way, I want to go back to this. He says, oh, yeah, they wouldn't have taken a picture that day. Their forensic dude came in days later and only spent 6 hours there. And the DA said, you can't get this done in 6 hours. Get back in there. That's completely all made up. They had that house for days, okay? They didn't leave and then come back. They locked it down. There was crime tape up there immediately. That picture of that window seal was taken that morning, probably shortly after John Bonet was found. They went around and started taking pictures, okay? And they had that house, for 10, 14 days before it was released. The forensic dude was there taking pictures. And they didn't spend just 6 hours. Where the hell did that come from?
John Ramsey has not been charged with any crime. None. Yeah, this is what's happening, though. This is what is happening over and over again. Like, this is not okay in any way, shape, or form.
That came from nowhere, people. Nowhere. You know, let me see if I have that picture. God, I'm sorry, you guys. I should have had that ready to go. I just got in a little bit ago. Oh, yeah, here's a picture of Lou Smith coming through the window. Okay, now look. You see his rear end? Now, right behind that is a picture of the window seal. And that I don't have, unfortunately. But it shows that there is nothing disturbed. Absolutely nothing disturbed. And look at that. You know, his rear end is scooting along there, showing how you could get in there. But yet they have a picture taken shortly after John Bonet's body was found where none of the leaves are disturbed, there's no dirt disturbed, and there's a spider web. I can't believe I didn't get that ready. You guys, talk about somebody forgetting stuff. It's scary out there, getting old, I'm telling you. So anyway, that's it. That's what happened. Now, a lot more happened at CrimeCon, but that was... I'm not sure where they stayed, Marlene Clausen. They may have stayed with the Whites. I can't remember. But yeah, they never went back. I don't think they ever went back to live in that house.
Okay. You get the gist of what's going on there. That is ridiculous and extremely shocking to me. Okay, back to Hidden True Crime. We are going to finish just a few pieces of this interview with John DeLynn. Now, this again was done July 2nd. Thank you, Jay, for pointing that out with Web Sleuths today. I think that's extremely problematic and cringe. So now switching back to Hidden True Crime. This is July 2nd is the date of this interview when it was done. It was dropped July 14th. We watched the first portion of this first segment yesterday. It's extremely challenging to get through. We're going to watch a few more pieces, and then I'm going to switch gears to allegedly with Brittany J.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Of your local branch building.
Yeah, I remember we got the keys to the ward. It was late at night. The library was locked, but we knew how to break into the
It is sped up for a reason.
library. You get an extension cord from the vacuum and you remove the ceiling tile, and then you put the extension cord through the ceiling tile and you twist the doorknob. We did it. We did it.
Wow.
And we got into the library. Well, it was all.
So this is her telling who she is. Uh-oh. What happened? Hold on. Did it just bump out? Did you guys bump out? What the heck? Hold on. See if I can get it to come back.
2002, 2003.
There you go.
In Sacred Loneliness, but I'm just trying to imagine.
Well, it was like the
In
church.
Sacred Loneliness
It was
being
like
a-
it was the church history. It was it was like an encyclopedia. All the
I know, but
all of the LDS.
I think we all felt like that history was hidden from us as Mormons. So
This is really odd, this part right here, where she talks
and
about
disliked how the
breaking into a library and finding history about Joseph Smith.
community of Christ had given women the priesthood because they wanted everything to be just like Joseph Smith. They wanted everything to be pure Joseph Smith. And so they got into the fact that they were interested in getting baptized, and we were teaching them, and it was going really well. And they also got into the fact that they were upset that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was saying that Joseph Smith was a polygamist, because they did not believe Joseph Smith was a polygamist. They believed that it started with Brigham Young. And I thought, I mean, here I am full circle. I'm like, oh, here come my Google search results. And so we said, well, we really do think he was, according to some history books. So what did I do?
She's talking about when she was on a mission.
So we left, and we scheduled another appointment to come back. They enjoyed talking to my companion and I, and we're really trying to search. And so I said, we have to go to the church building. We have to go get into it. It was a little branch. And I said, it was Chardon, Ohio.
I find it really weird too, Mountain Mama. I find that to be extremely odd that they are convinced that these people have done something nefarious to their loved ones and they still pay for a photo op with these people. I don't know. I think we are seeing more of the safety issues around these people. We have true crime creators currently, right now, who there are parents of a missing kid out of Tennessee. Sebastian Rogers is the missing child. And we have a creator by the name of Crime Time Buzz who wants to go to a festival in Hendersonville that's called Pig Fest so she can do a meet and greet. Actually, what she's doing is trying to stir up a shitstorm because, in her opinion, even though there's not evidence that they have released that the parents are guilty of anything, we still have a missing child. She and her friends have determined that the parents, the mother and the stepfather, are guilty of something. She has aligned herself with the biologic father, and she wants to go from Arizona to Tennessee for a meet and greet to stir shit up and cause chaos in their community. It's wild, but they don't care at all. And again, thank you for the support.
And try to get the list of Joseph Smith's wives and bring it to them. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, that was probably like the last thing they wanted, but I'm sitting here thinking, like, I've got to do this good deed for them.
that'll convince them.
You're going to find it in the church library?
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Of your local branch building.
Yeah, I remember we got the keys to the ward. It was late at night. The library was locked, but we knew how to break into the library. You get an extension cord from the vacuum and you remove the ceiling tile, and then you put the extension cord through the ceiling tile and you twist the doorknob. We did it. We did it.
Wow.
And we got into the library. Well, it was all for a good cause. Like, we got into the library. Right. And we made ourselves comfortable in that branch library. And they had all of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints history books there. We just pulled them down and found it. We found it. We found all of his wives. And then we made Xerox copies of it. And like thinking that this is going to be like, here you go.
I'm trying to know what book in the 90s lists Joseph Smith's plural wives.
Well, this was 2000. This was 2002, 2003.
Could have been in Sacred Loneliness, but I'm just trying to imagine.
Well, it was like the
Sacred Loneliness.
It was like it was the church history. It was it was like an encyclopedia.
I know, but I think we all felt like that history was hidden from us as
John's kind of like, what are you talking about?
Mormons. So normally we wouldn't have found. I'm not doubting you, because you found it, but I'm just saying I'm surprised because most of us reached our 20s and 30s not knowing that Joseph Smith ever had plural wives, right?
Yeah, well, I think that maybe that's like actually why I've always been a little bit of an apologist when it comes to people saying that, I wasn't taught that Joseph Smith was a polygamist, but when I wanted to know, I found it in the church building.
Mm-hmm,
yeah. Like, I think that I've always been like, no, it's there for people. At least
Not only a polygamist, but really had a liking for underage girls.
For me in this little tiny branch in Chardon, Ohio, you just had to use an extension cord to get in.
And you mentioned having Fawn Brody's book. in your home growing up?
Yeah. Fawn Brody's book, No Man Knows Our History, was on our bookshelf. I didn't know what it was until someone mentioned it was like anti-Mormon literature, and I was like,
she lists Joseph Smith's plural wives.
Does she? Well, that was in my bookshelf growing up, and I said, oh, well, we have that book. So I'd never like read it, but I was like, yeah, it's in our bookshelf. And my dad also, he bought me a Quran for one of my teenage birthdays too. We just, my dad really taught just us to be open and learn and be curious and interested in other world's cultures and religions. So I remember when I said to my dad, oh, Fawn Brody's book, he's like, yeah, isn't it interesting? She's a scholar of church history. But I pulled Joseph Smith's wives from the Chardon, Ohio branch.
Awesome. That's a great story.
That is a great story, especially the entry into the building.
Yeah.
And you gave it to this couple.
We gave it to this couple, which probably wasn't what they wanted. I mean, it was a nice lesson. They were very sweet. We ended with actually playing a rendition of Spirit of God, which is a hymn that we understood both religions loved, because
I thought that was really interesting about breaking into a library. Okay. I'm skipping forward.
Trying to think what happened next. I graduated college. Oh, dating. Oh, yeah. Well, I came home. Not dating. Yeah, I came home and, I mean, maybe you guys helped me figure this out. I thought a lot about it actually since I've gotten older, but I just felt that men.
Why does she need everybody to figure things out for her? She says this repeatedly. Maybe you can help me figure it out. Maybe you can give me some validation. Maybe you. The timing of this, very odd. This is during the time that she is afraid for her life, and this whisper campaign is ongoing.
Didn't like me. Maybe it was Mormon men in general. I don't know.
You wrote something about men. You said men don't like successful women.
This was dropped 9 days before the Brian Koberger sentencing. Filmed July 2nd. June 9th is when she learns about this Proton email. June 19th is when she has Grayson reach out to other creators, and she finds out that something might go big. It might go viral. People want her head on a platter. She made a police report in Nevada on the 19th of June.
Impression is that's particularly true in Mormon culture, that a Mormon man does not want an educated, ambitious wife. Am I wrong?
No, you're
that's
true.
Not me, but that's
you're true. But I mean, at this moment, I don't even know how successful I was. Right? I hadn't graduated college yet. I was kind of floundering. But I think also I was kind of.
Shonda Lynn is based in Utah, so which is home to her.
Loud and outspoken, and
so she traveled July 2nd again to Utah. So makes the police report July 9th or June 19th in Nevada, because she didn't know what she had done, and she hears that people want her head on a platter and ring-a-ding-ding, yo Popo, can you help me figure out what I did?
Maybe not the most. I don't know. Like the
loud
first,
or assertive. The first guy that asked me out.
She goes to Utah, the very state where this supposed stalker is, to film this.
After my mission was actually.
That's just Kenzie fighting with Hank. Don't mind her.
Well, it wasn't LDS. Ironically enough, it was a young single adult fireside, and he was the speaker. They had gotten him in. He was an inspirational speaker. He was someone in the community that was kind of a big deal and had an inspirational speech to give. And he asked for my number, and I went out with him, which didn't end well. It was just one date, but yeah, LDS. I did not date a lot even right after my mission. But I still hadn't even had a boyfriend. So then, and then I decided after I got home from my mission, I was a little bit more motivated to graduate college, and I wanted to graduate in journalism. And I had this idea again for my mission, like I am going to be a broadcast journalist. I'm going to be a broadcast journalist. I graduate late from college. I think I was 26, and then I'm torn because again, I have this, I need to date. I want to date. I want to get married. I'm 26 now. Like now I'm thinking if I've never even had like a boyfriend, like how am I going to ever, like I'm going to be like 35 by the time I even like meet someone that wants to get married. And so where do I want to start my career? Now I have to get into a career. Do I really want to go to a small town where I'd have to start broadcast journalism, a teeny tiny town when I'm single? Or should I just go to New York City, which was my dream? I wanted to go to New York. I wasn't going to stay in Salt Lake. It was like either small town or New York City. And so I ultimately decided, like my brother was in New York. He's like, you can stay with us here while you look. And so I moved to New York. And I was right when I moved to New York. So I'm at this place where I was like, okay, I've got to like make life happen for me because I'm single. I'm in New York City making contacts. And I am sent an article from the Salt Lake newspaper that starts with my dad's mugshot. And I'm starting to read it.
So this is the story of when, yes, yep, body she is. So she was basically born and raised in Bountiful. She did live other places such as other states and things as a tiny child, but she grew up predominantly in Utah in Bountiful. It took us 3 hours to get through the 3-year-old journaling and up yesterday. It was a lot to unpack.
What year is this?
Her dad was arrested for securities fraud, and she's going to tell us a little bit of the story about this.
2006. I didn't think. I've actually never talked about this. I didn't know. So I started to read it, and it said that he'd been charged with securities fraud. And as I'm reading it, my friend calls me from Salt Lake, and she's like, "Lauren, how are you?" And I'm like, "I'm good. How are you?" There was a lot of beating around the bush. Like, I knew why she was calling, but I hadn't even finished reading the article. I didn't know what was going on. So like, "I'm good." She's like, "Well, how's your family?" Like, "Good." Finally, she's like, "Well, Lauren, I saw the article about your dad. Like, what's going on?" And I didn't want her to know that I didn't know anything. Like, I just started reading the article. So I remember just saying like, "Well, everything's fine." Like, yeah. Like, I couldn't tell her I didn't know. And so I was like, "Oh, you saw it?" Like, I was just like, "Oh." So I hung up and I finished reading. And then I called my mom. She seemed okay. She was like being calm. I called my brother, the one I was living with in New York, Clark, and his wife. And I was just like, "I've got to go home. I've got to go home and check on everyone." And Clark was like, "Don't go. If you go home, you're never coming back out to New York." And I'm like, "I've got to go home. I've got to check on mom. I got to figure out what's going on." And he was right. I left and I never came back to New York. And nor did I ever move to a small town yet, because what happened next, and my dad's story, I'm not going to tell his story. I love my dad. My dad's an incredible man. So that's his story to tell. But what happened in the aftermath to our family, to me, is what I want to tell. But that was the beginning of probably years of tumultuous, really, those moments in life where everything changes. In that moment, everything changed. And like the first criminal trial I ever attended in full was my dad's. People don't realize that. I also feel like many things were unfair and wrong about his conviction. He was sentenced the first time only to 5 months. And then though federal charges came down for the same thing, which I think are ridiculous. And we went through the same thing again. And then it was later, and he was sentenced for a lot longer. And through that amount of time, I mean, the things that happened, like overall, like money became an ultimate, like, so here I was about to start my career, but we were also like, as a family, like a debt that I didn't expect. All of a sudden came on me too, along with student loans. The house, my mother had a mental breakdown. She's never been the same since. I had to actually move in with her for a little bit into a teeny tiny apartment, and I lived there because there were self-harm concerns. And so I stayed with her. Our house had to be cleared out because we thought we were going to be losing it. I remember actually being in there alone in this empty house with nowhere to go, just crying, where do I go? The siblings sort of all floundered, and we were all just fending for ourselves. I remember so many people came to help, but you learned who your friends were too. You learn the negative parts of humanity too, where people judge you, the people you didn't know, you're like, "Oh, really?" And then where other people are very warm and kind.
See, I find this to be very, very intentional. This had seemed to be an open-ended invitation for her to come on Mormon Stories podcast. Her and John had worked together in the past over all these Mormon crimes, and she had an open invitation to come back and do this interview. So I find it very interesting that in the time where she is afraid for her life, that she found time to go do this interview. And there's a lot of things that she says that when you hear them now, and we know the timeline of events, it's very interesting. Damage control, I think, very likely.
And wanting to help during a tragedy where others, want to.
And I think she's afraid of whatever they have getting out and her ruining her reputation within the ex-Mormon space and the current, because she has one foot into both communities. So she, in my opinion, panders to the ex-Mo community and will talk about the doctrine and the reality of what the doctrine of the LDS Church is. But then she also talks about how she is still a proud Mormon.
Not associate with you. My dad was never excommunicated. The word always continued to visit him and care for him for the most part. And my mother, again, has never been the same since. I don't even know where, to give it in chronological order would be pointless, but everything happened in years and years from losing our home. I, at one point, was sleeping on a mat in my friend's basement, very grateful for them. I I finally started getting asked out immediately after my dad went to
Interesting.
prison. I had a friend say to me, I wish my dad would go to prison. Maybe I'd start getting asked out. She actually said that to me.
Do you feel like there was a connection?
I think there was.
Really?
What was that about?
I'm hoping you guys can tell me, but like, I've definitely thought,
Huh? Doesn't this feel weird?
like I was vulnerable.
Yeah.
I was helpless.
When I got excommunicated, young boys from my daughter's high school started hitting on her because they thought she'd be easy.
Yeah. I feel like I would have like
They're
2 dates.
Mormon boys, by the way.
Yeah. I went from like never dating to having like 2 dates a day. Like I was getting asked out so much and I hadn't changed. It was,
How are you meeting these people? Were you going to like young single adult wards or were there apps?
no,
This is
I
probably
was
free
social.
apps, right?
Yeah. I was social. You know, I'm an extrovert. And so
Yeah.
I was a social young adult. And again, like, even though I wasn't necessarily very flirtatious because like I said, I have brothers, I know how to be friends. Like I was friends with the elders on my mission. Like I do know how to like be friends with guys and girls, and I'm warm and I'm friendly. And so we just,
Seems like that's been a constant issue. According to what we watched her say yesterday from the beginning of this interview, she's always had a hard time with relationships. Am I shocked that once again that is happening? No, there are certain people that never learn how to appropriately have a relationship with others. And oftentimes in these online spaces, they will try to become friends with people and end up doing the same thing. There's a reason why a lot of these people have no friends in real life. They're weird. That's just a nice term. I'm weird, but I can manage relationships. A lot of these people like this can't.
go to social functions, but like, or like even guys from the past too, or like people, it was night and day. Like all of a sudden.
Wow.
If you had 3 words, if you watched yesterday's with us, the first part of this, give me 3 words, those in the comment section, that describe this interview or her story so far. 3 words. What have you heard? I've heard her about her insecurities about her looks, her relationships and or the lack thereof, and a poor me. That's more than 3 words, but that's what this all was. All of it so far that we've seen. Me. Perfect.
I'm like getting asked out so much.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
The whole part of the story, the basis is like, well, people wanted to date me. I didn't fit in. I was.
Yeah. And I'm staying in Salt Lake now, and I get a job at a nonprofit organization. So neither the journalism or the New York City plan, but I just need to pay off debt and survive, you know.
I've just never heard somebody tell their story and so much of the focus of their story be on their childhood, of their odd looks, behaviors, mannerisms, and dating. We all went through ugly stages.
Oh, and you know, I was accepting a lot of the dates too. Like this is true. Like I was accepting a lot of dates too because I wouldn't buy food.
I was gonna say you're gonna get fed.
I got fed. I like when people say free meal, like it was sincerely, I was getting fed. I would also go to social functions to eat. Like there's a barbecue. Like I was like, how do I get food? Like I didn't want to grocery shop. Like I was trying to pay off debt and I wasn't making a law. It was like a first time job out of college at a nonprofit, and I was working full time. And so, yeah, I would accept a lot of the dates.
Did you see that as a silver lining, the increase in, or the emergence of date invitations? Or
Maybe.
just desperation, or, you know, like.
No, maybe like I did want to meet a man. Like if I was going to be in Salt Lake City, I did hope to date. I don't know if it was all, and like I said, like, yeah, I think probably, but it came with its, you know, there were a lot of guys. Yeah. I mean, like all dating stories, there's frustrations.
So
too.
not great guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I had my first boyfriend, you know, so yeah. So, yeah. But no one I wanted to marry, or no one, you know, or yeah. So,
I mean, I'll just try to imagine what that might've been like for you. And I can say that Utah is always feels like a very small place. Like there's always 2 or 3 degrees of separation from any of us with each other. So if Utah's if Mormonism's a really small place, and Utah's an even smaller place, and Salt Lake City's even a smaller place, to have your dad be the subject of a federal news story, maybe a prisoner, I mean, how was that for you? Like socially, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It was awful. Yeah, it was a talk. It was actually, I remember a particular date. This guy really liked me, and I didn't like him, but he kept coming around with giant flowers, and he thought that we were a thing when I wasn't into him. But I remember him saying, like, he's like, I'm telling my friends about you. And they're like, wow, how interesting you came into our life at this time, you know, to help, like almost like to rescue me. Yeah, which I didn't like that. Like nobody needs to feel sorry for me.
So I'm curious, after your mission, but then after your dad becomes a national news story, how your Mormon faith is sort of absorbing and progressing and evolving, especially as you're living now in Utah.
Yeah.
and trying to date and figure out what to do with your career.
Yeah. You know, I'm clinging to it. When this sort of thing happens, your entire reality as you know it sort of disintegrates. In fact, I think I have a lot of, I'll say this, empathy for these other criminal trials that I cover. Whenever there's another family member testifying or talking about their father or the person they love, or they can't.
This just all feels so weird, you guys.
Chad Daybell's kids, a case I've covered a lot of, when they can't see what he did. I have a lot of empathy because they are clinging to what they believe their entire life was. That like, this is the life they know, this is the parents they know, this is the dad they know. And if they have to, I can't even imagine. My dad, it was a white collar crime. I can't imagine what you'd have to do to face that your dad, to jump ahead to Chad Daybell, like had children buried in his yard. I have a lot of empathy for children who can't see their parents' crimes. And I think that I'm clinging to my faith deeply because I want my family unit and the tradition of my family to stay intact. In fact, I probably am more desperate than ever at this moment to find a man and get married in the LDS temple and get this Mormon fairy tale more than ever, because my reality has just completely has been blown to smithereens. A lot of my siblings are no longer active. You know, my little brother's not going on a mission now, and I was trying to encourage him to go and he didn't want to go. My sweet brother Jamie. And I can't control anything. Maybe, you know, I think I was actually desperate to hold on to my faith at this moment because I just wanted to control something and bring everything back to what it was, which is what I also say when I see people after crime hits their family wanting to just have things go back to what they were. It's never going to. So I think that's where I was. But I say that, but before, I do think things were shifting and changing, and I had a different perception on my faith and religion at this point too, which was probably also making it more difficult for me to find a good Mormon man to date. You know, things were happening. Prop 8 was happening during this time. My dad had actually served his 5 months and was home during Prop 8. And it was before the federal charges and the federal sentencing. So he was home at that moment during Prop 8. And at this point, before I jumped to Prop 8, like as far as LGBTQ rights go in high school, like before my mission, I had gay rights postcards.
This is just a lot. I'm just playing it through and letting you guys hear. It's a lot. I'm still right here.
In frames in my bedroom.
Did you know my nephew, cousin George Parkinson?
George lived with us.
Yeah.
I love George.
Yeah. So he was my cousin Brett's son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was living with us when he passed away. I love George.
Did you have a sense, did he ever talk to you about being gay, or did you have a sense?
Yeah, he was my little brother Jamie's really good friend. Well, he ended up being a dear family friend. And yeah, we knew, and we loved him as we loved many others that we knew were growing up and were gay. And you know, the neighborhood I grew up in really embraced those who were gay. And in fact, I remember seeing you at George's funeral. You didn't know me then, but I remember that was in my ward building, and I came down, and we're jumping ahead now, but I remember how beautiful Brett, your cousin's speech was. I looked around and I saw Governor Levitt was in there. Gordon Hinckley's son was in there. Yeah. You were in there. It was like everybody joined together for this precious boy, George, who died too young. And his father, Brett, stood up in that chapel and said, the most important thing we need to speak about is that George was gay and that you all accepted him. And that was actually a beautiful moment for me. It was George's funeral. I didn't plan to talk about this, but you just brought George up because we were all there to love George, and we did. And I think that was my experience with LGBTQ growing up, was we loved our gay brothers and sisters. It was confusing. It was confusing with what we were taught. But I remember that the young women had George teach about fashion because he loved fashion. And they had him for mutual when they teach the girls about clothing. You know, I love George.
You would have come to his Shiva, right? Like the wake.
Mm-hmm.
I think I met you there.
Yeah.
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 I think that's when we first met.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, it's going to get weirder. Sorry, but this says a lot. It's going to get a little bit stranger. We're not going to listen to a whole lot more, but this I found to be to me, this is really odd. Like giving all of this information in this time frame seems very intentional. It seems very intentional of trying to amp up the emotional manipulation of, I'm really a good person. I've gone through a lot. Feel bad for me. It's weird.
I would say before that, like I remember like my experience, I wasn't necessarily a major advocate. I didn't really understand. My first experience with LGBTQ rights actually was in high school, where my high school East High was in national news because there was a gay club and the district was shutting down all gay clubs, and it became national news. And there was a walkout with my school. And I remember just thinking sort of then, well, this is fun. We get like a period off of school. We get some class time off, and there's all this media. And I was just sort of more like a spectator of it all without a strong opinion. But then after the walkout, I went back to class, and I had French. We had this wonderful French teacher. And rather than teaching a French lesson that day, she was leading a discussion with the whole class. And that was like the first moment I remember thinking, like, gosh, I should really care about this. Like, I just didn't have a strong opinion until that French class, because I saw all these kids that I hadn't really.
Somebody sent me one of his YouTube videos. We can watch that eventually if you guys want to.
Conversed with before, and she was allowing this open discussion for all these children to share their thoughts on this walkout on the gay clubs. And this girl was raising her hand saying, it's not fair. There needs to be a separation between church and state, and talking about it. And I remember thinking, oh,
there still does need to be a separation between church and state. Let me just throw that in there.
She's right. Yeah, there does need to be. And like, that was a moment for me to realize, like, this is important. We loved our gay brothers and sisters, but yeah, it was confusing and complicated. None of my siblings were gay. I didn't have to deal with it on that family level. But I think that I always thought that once gay marriage was legalized, gay temple marriages would be a thing. Like, that was my fantasy. I guess I just sort of assumed that that was going to be a thing one day. All religions and churches.
How, when you've seen, how did anybody that's known the Mormon doctrine think that that was going to be how?
Is change, all of them. That's also why I don't have an issue with, like, when I see change in the church, like, and I may be a bit of an apologist there, because that's what churches and religions do, is change and shift. And I think that's a good thing. I celebrate that. And so I just always assumed that once society accepted gay marriage and made it legal, gay temple marriages would be happening, and we would be having gay.
And again, it's 2025 when she's doing this interview, and LGBTQ rights are being slowly, I don't know. This is just weird to me that she even remotely knowing the doctrine. I don't know. This seems so performative. Again, I hate to say that word, but it is. And I really like John Dehlin. John Dehlin is an amazing interviewer, but I don't think John Dehlin realized what the timing of all of this potentially.
Bishops, and so goes the progression of life. But, you know, so I came back from my mission, and again, my dad had just come back from his 5 months behind bars, and Prop 8 is happening. And at this moment, I was just like hopping around to different singles wards.
There's a lot of thoughts going through my head. Like, were some of these messages about people's sexuality? We saw the swinger, and we saw some excuse be given for that about, oh, I saw somebody on a swing set. That was fucking weird as shit. No, in the Mormon space, that's a typical question. I wonder if they're a swinger. But here she's got this whole story of, oh, there was some post about somebody on a swing. Take ownership and just move on.
I had my records in my home ward, and I remember being really confused. Like, why is the church backing this? Like, this is upsetting. Like, what are they, like, why are they trying? Like, I thought we wanted this progression. I really thought we were all like waiting.
I know bits and pieces of it. Yeah. Of what her dad did. Yeah.
For this to happen. Don't we want gay marriage to be legal? Because then everything's great. But I remember trying to process it, like probably some cognitive dissonance, like, okay, it must be this 501c3. Like, okay, like we're going to lose our nonprofit status. There's got to be something like complex that I'm not understanding. So because the church I know wouldn't do this, that I've decided in my brain. And my dad actually started an email thread, and all of the siblings were sharing their different thoughts about it. And I went and dug up the email that my dad wrote, because it was a very profound moment for me. Like, he was listening to all of us. We were all emailing. We were in on Gmail. So again, like, I'm trying to like figure it out. I think I must have written in this that like, maybe it's like, we have to keep our nonprofit. Like, why would the church be doing this? And we're all talking. And this is what my dad says to all of us. I'm just going to read it. He writes, "Children, thank you for your thoughts. And Lauren, that was a fascinating outline." Don't know what I said, but "Children, thank you for your thoughts. And Lauren, that was a fascinating outline. I am going to contribute."
I find it really odd that all of these email threads from like 2006 were brought with for this, but doesn't remember what was said in 6 years of text messages that people are potentially pissed off about.
I oppose Prop 8, and I regret that the church has taken a public stance against it and seems to have called for the saints to actively campaign against it. First, I strongly disagree that a civil political right, as in marriage,
I don't think I could even find an email from 2006.
voting, medical treatment, as in contraceptives, abortion, public education, as in creationism and prayers in schools, individual privacy in the home, who you have sex with or marry, should be shaped or curtailed in conformity around a religious doctrine.
I don't know.
If the church asserts that gays cannot be married in the temple or by church officials, that is okay, and I accept that as the current doctrine. But that should not affect what the civil authority does. Churches have tried to control everything from women's childbearing decisions to business activity to even what sexual positions couples may adopt. Laura notes the current concern that somehow a church could be sued, or put another way, in some of the emails, lose their tax-free status. This is incorrect. A religion can have a doctrine no matter what the law says, and this is protected by the freedom of religion, expression, assembly, etc. Further, one cannot force a person, say a bishop or Baptist minister, to perform a marriage by, say, an
Spy waffle. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
injunction, etc. The claim voiced by many Mormons is that the church must do this to protect itself.
Now, I think from what I understand, like he asks his guests for like an outline of things that they would like to discuss before, so he can, you know, get his questioning kind of around that. But again, July 2nd. So June, she becomes so fearful because of this Proton email, then makes time July 2nd to go film this. This comes out July 14th. And in her interview the other night, she says and shows stuff about John Dehlin, or this Mormon Stories podcast. What? Right here.
Thank you, Ozzy Tad. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode premiered on July 7th, and I would love it if you guys could support my story, honestly, over on Mormon Stories.
That's what we're doing. We're watching it. Why did she, in this 9 hours, make sure she told people to go there? Emotional manipulation and control of the narrative. Feel sorry for you.
My stalker thinks it's damage control.
I do.
And decided to go in there to let me know she was watching me. It was getting weirder and scarier. I did not know what was going on. You guys don't? Neither do I. I'm getting dry mouth. Where's the root beer? I'm sorry, guys. It's probably so gross. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode appeared,
I think she's potentially kind of using John's integrity too in this.
on July 17th, 2025, John Dehlin.
Straight
By the way, will
to
you
jail.
post my Mormon Stories? Well, will you pin it?
Straight to jail. No eyeballs in my chat.
Will you?
Just joking.
Yeah. Because if you guys want to know who I am, that's who I am.
Probably right.
Yeah, will a moderator please drop let's do part one. There are part one or part two, either or, of my Mormon Stories podcast. I'd like to pin it in comments. Thank you, Ozzy Tad. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode premiered on July 17th, 2025, John Dehlin, the host of Mormon Stories, received a cryptic email thread about me
It's really not that cryptic, and it's really not that big of a deal.
with a link to the TikTok. In the thread, the writer of the email claims that my stalker will continue to post
There's nothing that proves she stalked you. Sorry, that's just factual.
the horrible things that I have done, and that she is intentionally not using my name, but it is about me. John Dehlin is my friend who has suffered the same thing
John Dehlin has been through a hell of a lot, but there's actual proof of that.
and has been so kind. He and his wife, Margie, I just want to point out, have both been so kind and caring.
The name of the email is Felicia O. Shields. Who's Felicia O. Shields?
And empathic. And when this person reached out, John was immediately suspicious. So he asked him a few questions to keep them talking, and then sent it all to me because he said, I assume you are collecting evidence. So here you go. So is this the bottom Okay. So on July 16th, someone named Felicia O'Shields writes John DeLynn. Hello, Dr. DeLynn. I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There is a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthias in the true crime community. This has been brewing for a few years now. I don't know what's been brewing.
Obviously, you do.
And has recently blew up. There is a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials. Oh, is there? And overall credibility. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins there. The admins of a Facebook group online is an ex-contractor of mine, but I don't know what they're talking about.
Convenient that she never knows what's being talked about.
Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask other victims, such as Kay.
Did she not get up once? Now that you said that, Meg, did she not go to the bathroom? How do you sit for 9 hours and not get up? I couldn't sit there. There's no way I could sit.
In the Lori Vallow Daybell murders. Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Put a pin in that, by the way, because I saw Kay the following week. Just show it now, and then we'll go back to the letter. A week, by the way, after this, you saw Colby Ryan here in chats, and a week after this email was sent, Kay and Larry visited John and me in Las Vegas. And we had a wonderful dinner together. And they even trusted me and allowed me to take.
This is all so freaking weird. Every bit of it. Sorry, switching back to her story. But there you go. Like, she used this in her 9 hours.
Protect the doctrine, tax-free status, etc. This is exaggerated. It is alarmist to get us LDS people going to protect our church. That threat is misplaced. Further, gays who want to marry, want to be responsible, monogamous, to be a family. These people recognize the value of marriage and family and want to embrace it. And I think they should be able to adopt kids. God forbid an orphan be adopted by a same-sex couple married and ready to love a child and give them a home. Finally, my decision here is mostly affected by having been a father. I have watched many parents raise gay children and grapple with these issues. I have known many gay LDS youth that I cared for and saw struggle. And I realized a long time ago when you were all little that if one of my children confronted this in their lives, I would never abandon them, could never do that. And I would work to keep them attached in some way to the church I love. I would strive to come to know and accept their companion and hope they'd find the same happiness together as my other kids. And I would work to help change the policies of my church. I cannot see a loving LDS parent doing anything else. I could write on this for pages. I would like to know more about how to join with other saints and resist the passage of Prop 8, Dad. And I think that was like a moment for me where like I stopped the mush in my brain. Like I was doing this like cognitive dissonance, like dance, like, wait a minute, like trying to like fit this in like some sort of strange, like, why is this happening? And my dad said that. I was like, yeah, you're right. And absolutely. And we had a sign in our yard, and I saw my dad actually on local TV out at the rallies, saying vote no. And I was very proud of him, and I felt proud to be certain that I was right and that he was right. Like, I mean, I felt right. Someone's going to disagree with me. Like, it's an opinion. I felt good about I still feel good about it. And I think that like clearly I was becoming more and more liberal in my thought processes, and that sort of created some differences in worldview and thought than with other, people I was dating. Like I had my friends and I wanted to meet a man similar to me, but it was also becoming, I think, a little bit more complex. And I remember also during this time, as an LDS woman, this just made sense for me too. And it was hard for me to understand others who didn't see this way. Because for me, like if you go back, like one of the theologies I love about the LDS faith is Christ's plan versus Satan's plan, right? Like our origin story, even before the origin story of Joseph Smith, the pre-existence origin story is Satan had a plan, Christ had a plan, and Christ's plan was that everyone gets to choose and do and be like, you do you. You get to do whatever is best. You get to be you and live and have freedom of choice. And Satan's plan was, I want to control all of these things. And I want to control what you choose and how you do it so that everyone can make good choices. Like, this is the temple. Like, this is, the plan of salvation. And we chose Christ's plan as a church. And so for me, Prop 8 was the opposite of Christ's plan. Like, it's so frustrating to me because like what I loved about and still love about the LDS church theology is this sort of metaphor of
of Christ versus Satan, and that everybody deserves to live life the way that they see fit. We are not to control somebody else's choices. That is not what Christ wanted. And I think that's also why I identify so much as a Christian. Like, so it's so hard for me to understand oftentimes why the church chose to do that, or why, to me, that is our theology, that we would never try to stop anyone from getting married if they loved each other. I think that was maybe my issue of the temple too, is
so weird.
To me, the temple is hell, because you're only putting people together that have made all of the same choices. And
then how can you still be LDS?
The same people and have lived the same way, to be there and to judge them that they can be there.
This is why I just can't take anything she says seriously, because she speaks out both sides of her mouth.
I mean, everything they're wearing is white. They're often white, depending on the temple, at least, in Utah. And it's like to me, heaven is so many different people in one room together, just loving one another and not having these guidelines and these rules and these laws. And so I think that I was just so disappointed by Prop 8 and confused that what I thought was our theology and belief wasn't what really was.
Thank you for sharing that email from your dad. I found that really beautiful. And, particularly the part where if he was ever faced with having an LGBT child, to never abandon them and to accept their partner, I thought that was really beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also, I mean, there's two things that stick out to me. One is the contrast of your dad being convicted, as a felon, and all the assumptions and or stereotypes that might come with somebody who's convicted of a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And then like this lovely, and he's Mormon, but yet he writes, and faithful, but he writes this lovely, empathetic, progressive letter of support in 2008, very early from Mormon timeline perspective, in support of the LGBT community. So that's a real stark contrast in my mind that I guess in part I'm wondering how you made sense of that, right? But it for sure shows that your dad was clearly more complex than the stereotypes we might have of, I'll just say, a convicted felon. I don't even know if you like that term, but
yeah. A lot more complex. And I'll just say another reason I want to avoid all the legalities, not only is it his story to share, but because it's also very complex. And I think I'll always struggle with the state of Utah, actually, and their politics and what they did to him, and some of the corruption in the AG's office, that we don't need to get into.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more to it. And
I mean, your dad has a lot of depth and a lot of empathy and a lot of sophistication by what I'm hearing in that letter. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, he is that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only other thing I'm going to say, and I've made this observation a lot on Mormon stories, the people, I've always I've said this a million times, and people have asked this about you a million times. It's like, how is Lauren still Mormon? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's so weird to hear you call yourself an apologist, because you're not an apologist at all. But like these days on the internet, if you either hate the church or you're an apologist, there's no in between sometimes for this Mormon internet. But what I've often observed in this chair is that if you're raised in a harsh, strict, rigid, Orthodox Mormon mindset, that blows up and you end up leaving the church. But if you're raised in a type of Mormon mindset that's flexible, that's globally minded, that's even liberal or progressive or nuanced, it's a type of Mormonism that can stretch to last. And weirdly, in 2025, the people who are in their 30s or 40s or 50s who have been able to stay in the church are the exact ones that were raised by your types of parents that raised you to be globally minded. And
so in other words, people that are Christian, have a belief system, but don't follow the doctrine. Okay. I mean, because if you are actually progressive, liberal, open-minded, you cannot follow the LDS doctrine. You just can't. You've got to pick and choose. That's just the way it works.
To feel like you can be globally minded and still be a Mormon.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that.
They cultivate their own little space of pick and choose, which is fine. I mean, I think that goes with any religion, is that they're able to pick and choose. They have a belief, but she directly speaks out, and that's confusing to me. Like, I don't know how that works, but I guess here we are.
I think the other thing
that you can't stand against pedophiles. I'm going to say this openly. You cannot stand against pedophiles. And again, no shade to my Mormon friends that are in this chat or in my life. I talk about this with them. and they still can't answer it. You cannot stand against pedophiles and then support Joseph Smith. You can't.
That happened during that time, though, that also shifted a bit, was still my struggle with polygamy. And speaking of stretching, I definitely had to stretch that view. And my conclusion was essentially deciding that, you know, not only was Joseph Smith no saint, I decided polygamy was simply not from God and he was cheating on his wives. And, you know, I don't know if that means he wasn't a prophet or a fallen prophet or no prophet, but
With underage women, children.
I just simply didn't believe he was the guy to really revere. And he didn't. So I just said polygamy was wrong. He was cheating on his wives. He's kind of a jerk. He's probably a narcissist even. Like, those are all the things I concluded about.
Especially Pointer Lover, when you get to the point where you realize that that wasn't going to be part of it. And here she comes out with emails of this. I don't know, you guys, this is a lot.
Joseph,
I'll switch gears in just a minute into more, but there's a couple more pieces I want to play of this. And again, she encouraged her audience and everybody to go watch this. So we are watching this and discussing it publicly. The upcoming topics are very personal stories that she chose to share in the middle of this time frame of when she is afraid for her life, filing for restraining orders. This is, it's strange.
Smith, and
I don't have any better words. I don't know what this is, but here it is.
Yeah.
I actually wrote something in my journal that moment too. So I think this was like sort of like a big sort of transitional year for me. And I
mean, that's also a really interesting parallel, is Joseph Smith was beloved, broad-minded, and he ran afoul of the law.
Yeah. And yeah.
The Dan Islander, in the Mormon space, especially in Utah, they have meetups all the time. No matter what type of influencer, the church actually used to, I don't know how much they're doing right now in 2025, but they used to promote their influencers from within. Like, it's a big deal. There was rumors, and I have not seen confirmation, that some of them were paid, or they might not have been paid directly, but marketing, things of that nature, they had access to. So yeah, they definitely promote their own people from within. The church membership is extremely down.
So anyway.
Yeah. So I wrote this in a 2007 journal entry. So that would be before Prop 8. I wrote, I believe in Christ and consider myself Christian because I believe in loving one another and not judging one another.
And again, here's another journal entry that she brought with her. This was so intentional. Everything that was discussed was intentional here.
I believe in faith as an action word. I think the LDS Church is full of inspiration and answers and helps us learn about a loving God. But it is not for everyone. But I choose it to worship Christ. And it is the religion I choose to practice my Christianity and belief in God. So in other words, my belief in God, the LDS Church was my vehicle to worship God. That was my village. That was my community. That was my place to worship God, how, where, or what I may. Thanks, Joseph. It was Joseph, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Beautiful. Powerful.
Heavy D is a big Mormon influencer. He's very, very LDS and a Mormon Utah influencer.
So that's where I was with sorting out my personal beliefs.
And that's not this is the one and only true church and all other churches are false. You know, that's not the type of Mormonism that you're carrying. You're basically doing, in my opinion, doing religion like it was meant to be. I often say that religion at its best is the salt, not the meal. Mm-hmm. And you're basically saying, this is my tribe. This is a framework for hope. Mm-hmm. It's a framework for confidence. It's a framework for structure, mm-hmm. for morals and values, for community. But it's not all the hateful, bigoted, bad, bureaucratic things, right?
Exactly. And something else happened too while my dad was away. And again, it was after his first charges and conviction that then there was more. There was additional. It was heartbreaking. So I went back and it's after his entire criminal trial, But I was also, I think, even though I was holding on to faith, I was, once everything happened, I started drinking.
Heavy D is like a off-roader, has a big business, super trucks. No, he's definitely not dead. You're talking about the rapper though, I think. But Heavy D out of Utah, he's done stuff with like AWP in the past. They have all of those crazy vehicles and machines and stuff that they've gone and recovered cars and they've looked for. He was involved in Dylan Round's search. Heavy D was, with the helicopters.
I started
drinking
alcohol. Mm-hmm. Not an alcoholic, just more so like At this
Socially.
point,
Mhm.
yeah, at this point, yeah, socially, at this point, does anything matter anymore? You know, just sort of, yeah.
Well, the weird thing is
I'd stop wearing my garments. I'd stop paying tithing.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, the weird thing is Jesus drank alcohol. Joseph Smith drank alcohol, right? Like most of the
Right.
early church leaders drank alcohol.
I didn't feel really guilty about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was just like,
Yeah.
But I still loved, as you say, yeah, my faith.
So career-wise, what's happening at this time of your life with your career?
At this point in my life, I am realizing also just how alone I am. Like my dad is now facing additional charges. I have paid off some debt. I'm not meeting anyone. And I'm like looking at my life. I am nearing, 28, 29. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing with my life? I have saved no money. I have no career. Like the job I am working at isn't a career builder. I've now dated a good amount and it's not going anywhere. And I'm sort of finally like panicking. I'm having this like, what the hell am I doing? And if I'm going to be on my own in life, like, I've got to do something with my life. And so I feel like I want this LDS fairy tale. Like I still want, and I'm even wondering like, where am I going to find this? Like, I don't know, but Salt Lake's not working out. And the journalism career hasn't left me. I'm like, if I am going to have a career, I want one that I love. I want one that means something to me. Like I've got to do this broadcasting thing now or never. Like if I really want this, like you've got to go for it because and it meant again, like moving to a small town, you know, that was always, you just have to start at the bottom. And it's really hard to get into. Once you get into it, you can't leave it. It's like the Twilight Zone, but it's like really hard to get into. And so the nearest town that would be like a starter market is Pocatello, Idaho, where my mother is from, where my grandmother is living. And it's 2.5 hours from Salt Lake City. And so I drive up there to try to meet them. Like, I want a job. And like, they're like, Pocatello is like, yeah, well, you know, get in line. Like, so does everybody graduating from BYU. So I was like, I've got to do this. So I actually.
Lucky shot. You're like all of my Mormon friends that are in Utah. I haven't lived in Utah in 2 years, but when I did, I always say this, and people have heard, if you've been around here for a long time, you have heard me say that there's two groups in Utah. The LDS, well, there's more than two groups, but within the LDS church, it's either people that are absolutely incredible, just great, good people, wouldn't matter if they were Mormon or not, just good people. That's their choice of belief system of who they believe in or what they believe in. However, there is the alternate side that is the shit talking, better than everybody, pursuit of perfectionism, their hair, their bodies. They spend a lot of body modification and they are just nasty, better than everybody. There's both sides.
Put on a credit card, a reporting workshop, or it was a private reporting coach in Los Angeles. I flew out there, make an audition tape, and then I just start driving to Pocatello every single weekend for like the next 7 months. Every weekend, job shadowing or working for free at the NBC affiliate station until they essentially like give me a job. Like I just won't go away. And so when there is finally a job open, they're like, do you want it? And I say, yes, please. And so at 29 years old, I start my broadcasting career. So it took a while, but I was like, now or never. And I'm moving to a town that I do not want to be, you know, in East Idaho. And yeah, I'm gonna make a home there for the next 2 years. It's gonna be $19,000 a year. And I move in with my grandmother, and I start work, and it's hard, and I don't have a lot of money. I'm eating Costco free samples. My grandmother, my grandmother's husband, my grandpa died when he was 65. She's a very frugal widow and doesn't have a lot. I'm paying her $100 a month for rent. Yeah, I like the Costco sample ladies knew me by name. They're like, hello, they need to pay you more there. I'm like, I know. Let's hand over the taquito or whatever.
Just make the rounds and
make the rounds for lunch, and you know, work in there. It was a very lonely time during that time. My dad calls me to tell me that he and my mom are getting a divorce. You know, he's very sad about it. He's like, I'm so sorry. I take time off of work to drive down and testify at his federal sentencing. I stand there and while I watch a reporter in the courtroom take notes and share why my dad is such a good man and how he taught us to do stuff for Standardize and serve, and you know, why I believe that they should be lenient on him, and you know, and come back up. I'm buying all my clothes at Deseret Industries, and
which is owned by the church. Anybody that doesn't know anything with Deseret Industries is owned by the Mormon Church. Hank, quit being a poop. So is so many other businesses. Again, the Mormon Church is a huge business. It is, and no shade. Like if you're new here, please understand, I talk a lot of shit about a lot of religion. That is not against you personally. I believe in freedom of choice. You can choose to believe in what you want to. You can choose to sleep with whoever you want to. I am all about agency and choice. I talk shit about religion, not your belief systems. Whatever you believe in and choose to believe in is your personal choice. But I do talk a lot of shit about religion in general because it does a lot of harm to a lot of people. There are a lot of people that suffer with religious trauma, including myself. And it is bad people who weaponize religion, politics, whatever the case may be, true crime cases for their own personal deeds, their own personal needs, and mask behind it. They can use anything. So I have a very huge interest in religion, but I am all about whatever you choose to believe and who you want to believe in. That is your choice. But please do not take offense to me shit talking religion, because I do.
Those who don't know, that's used clothing.
Goodwill. Yeah. Salvation Army. My news director actually calls me in her office one day and says, I'm noticing you're wearing the same clothes every day. Like, can I give you some hand-me-downs? And so she and her daughter gave me a lot of their hand-me-downs. And it was a wonderful time to learn and make mistakes and become a broadcast journalist for 2 years. There, I celebrated my 30th birthday. I thought I would be celebrating my 30th birthday, maybe single in New York City. And here I am celebrating it in Pocatello, Idaho, poor and broke, but working towards a career I really want. You know, I don't have family. I have no support. My mother never healed from sort of the breakdown. So she's someone we actually more so take care of. And I'm in the right place I need to be, but I am very lonely and very vulnerable. I go to the doctors for anxiety. I have fast heart rate. He's like, it's anxiety. Like, I am wondering where my life is going. Like, what am I doing? And I remember writing in my journal, I have it. Like, it's just so depressing. It's so vulnerable. But I'm like, I just wish someone would rescue me. Mm. I just want to be rescued.
Mm.
Kind of seems like she's wanted a knight in shining armor her entire life. That there's always been something missing here.
And I think that probably sort of lays out the next sort of tumultuous years. So
the cuts here, of course, it's a pre-recorded interview. This is how they do them. But there's a format behind this. She wouldn't have had all of these pre-arranged journal entries, emails, things like that, if these weren't topics that were pre-arranged to discuss. And that leans to intent of this horrible time of her life, the worst time of her life where she can't concentrate. She's calling the cops, but yet she goes to Utah and finds time to do this interview with John.
During this time, unhappy in Pocatello, trying to, maybe keep a foot into the Salt Lake City social scene to try to date. I am going home on my days off. So I'm driving.
By the way, should I do what the influencers do? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure that my little's not behind me in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to show you my pants. You guys need some pants from Shein. Hold on.
1.5 hours to Salt Lake to continue to go on dates or whatever. And there was one guy that I've been going out with a couple of times, and he was being very aggressive with boundaries, like not like seeing me again. I don't mean like physically, but like pursuing me and seeing me again and not taking no for an answer. And at the end of this date, I like really concluded.
Hold on, you guys. I got to show you these pants. If you need good pants for the fall, hold on. Let me back it up. Shein. These are my travel pants that I got for the airport. They're so comfortable. They're like $7 on Shein. They have all different prints. You don't have to get the leopard print. Shein pants, cheap hoe fashion. We're all about that. But get you some pants. It's almost pants season, which is weird in Arizona. But get you some Shein pants.
Like, I don't want anything. I'm done.
So
and so we drove up to the house where I was staying.
I love me a good like sweatpant, but these are a little bit better material and they're just loose and baggy. These are a small medium. So you might size down. They're really comfortable though. Cheap hoe fashion.
And my car was parked out front to drop me off. And I'm saying, I don't want to see you again.
Or run big, Jay.
And he was like, come on, like just again. And I'm like, no. And it was so frustrating. Like I got out of the car and I'm sure it was rude. Like
everybody's going to shit because normally I'm in leggings or spandex shorts. So I had to take the opportunity to show you guys. I'm actually in regular pants today.
Like I was angry. Like I was angry at his pushing me. And I,
Shein.
like him, like, so I said, I might have said, fuck you.
They're from Shein. They were like under $8.
I don't know what I said. I might have just said, get out of here. Like maybe that's my brain remembering that I said that. I don't know. But I said something like, I was angry, get away from me. And at that moment, he grabbed my arm.
Jay, you went further into the details of her dad's case, right? You talked more about that. I think Jay covered more of that. Most of it I've caught up with Jay, but there's some stuff I haven't. But she did talk about some of this too, with her dad's securities fraud charges.
And started pulling me, and like to the point where I was scared. I started screaming. Like he was like,
okay, I want to bump forward again. If you want to watch some of this, please feel free. But I want to get to the reading a passage from her book. Now, for those of you that don't know, Lauren is an author. She has a book. Okay, perfect. Jay pulled the docs. There's more to that case. Go to Jay's Everyday with Jay for more information on that. But I want to get to this particular part. Trigger warning, the upcoming section is pretty heavy, but she reads a passage from her book. And it's a little interesting.
Put away our wedding photos off the wall because I realized he probably wasn't coming. So it was also sad. It was also very sad in that sense. And in order to numb that pain, I would come home from work and just watch Dateline episodes. Once again, true crime. I was able to finally tell Keith Morrison in person, Keith, you got me through my divorce. He's like, I'm glad to hear that. But I was still waiting and hoping. I wasn't completely sure because he would come in occasionally. When I wanted this divorce, he would say, we have everything to gain and nothing to lose. It was very confusing. And not to mention, I was like nearing 35. I wanted a family so badly. So I just kept clinging to this hope that maybe everything could come together. But during this time, I finally was deciding to make the decision to divorce, and I was becoming more and more sure in my decision. And I don't know if you guys remember, but the Ashley Madison dump happened. Do you remember that?
Scandal? Was it like the adultery website? Or
yeah, the adultery website where somebody hacked them and released every email address that had ever been.
Well, isn't that ironic? Because I've recently heard that Lauren has made the excuse of accidentally being hacked and somebody's manuscript getting leaked.
And used on Ashley Madison. And I was at work, and lucky for me, we my job was to go research it. So I actually remember, oddly, I put in 2 email addresses and found them both. One was my rapist, and the other was my friend's husband, who I just sensed was cheating on her. I didn't tell either of them, but I did, oddly, that day. You can see on that day, I clearly was trying to process something after I found him, like with the first email address, the guy that assaulted me. I reached out to him. Oddly, I had that, like, hey, and he wrote back. I don't know what I was processing, but it's like one of those odd things. Like, I understand why people do that. I found his email, like I knew it, and it was like, that was it. Like, I just was like, never reach out again. But like, I think I was trying to like, should I do something about this? I think I was like feeling like so much anger to him. Like, what do I do? And I didn't do anything. But
did he respond?
He did. And then I didn't respond again. It was weird. I don't know why I did that. But with that scandal came Josh Duggar, because Josh Duggar's name was found on the Ashley Madison dump. And it was, just what it was. And I think it was of interest to me at the time because of where I was. Like, here I was being a godly woman, trying to be a wife, and here is Josh Duggar, who's clearly getting on a site to purposely cheat on his wife while.
Yes, she did. In fact, there's a chapter. So it is actually, where am I at on the video? I skipped over it. I can go back to it here. Let her explain that.
I just remember, like, look, I ended up dating a lot in my years, and I've kissed a lot of men, and but it was.
I wasn't going to play this, but because it's mentioned a few more times, you guys are going to have questions. So this part is discussed. Here you go.
It was something I never experienced before. Like, it was very aggressive, and I was trying to push him off of me, and I couldn't. And I realized what was happening, and like I knew it, and I was like, he's like, I said it in my mind, like, he's raping me, and all I could think is, what do I do? So what do I do in this?
Yeah, over here we don't question victim stories. You can question the timing of this, of course, but just please don't give them any more like to go on. None of us were there. We don't know what happened, anything of that nature. Again, but she is She is right now. Hey, quit, Hank. Pushing people to this interview.
This happens. And it's like, you say no and you push him over and over and over again. And that's what I did. I said, no. I was shoving him. I was pushing him. I was shouting no. I think I said no well over 200, 300 times throughout the entire thing. I just kept repeating no. Like I just didn't stop saying no, and pushing him and trying. And at the end, and it was an assault, but at the end, the last thing he said is, I can't believe that you say that you are a good girl and you let me do this. And then he left. And I remember thinking it was very, I don't know what to say, but I went to work the next day. And as I went to work the next day, he started calling me and I wasn't picking up. And so he started calling me incessantly. And at the same time, my ex-boyfriend starts calling me and I'm not getting his calls either. And I can't believe that he's calling me either. Like I don't want to talk to either of them. And so like, the more I don't talk to them, they're both incessantly calling. Like they're both like, and if my
and this is chaptered this way. So just so you know, it's chaptered to point this out. Was sexually assaulted by a man on a date. Was in an emotionally abusive marriage with him for 2 years. I mean, this is chaptered this way.
Boyfriend knows he would be so angry, and not because of what he just did to me, but because of the jealousy. And I don't want to talk to this guy ever again after what he just did to me. But they're both like, with my not answering, they're both incessantly calling. So I finally pick up his call, the guy that assaulted me. And he said, are you not interested in me now? And then said something about my coworker's ass looking nice. He's like, well then, maybe you can hook me up with your coworker. And then I remember I went live on TV and it was.
Again, my biggest problem with all of this isn't all of the small details. I know that that's a lot for a lot of people to hear. But my problem with this is this was done in the midst of her being afraid for her life. People going to expose her. This interview took place and she is using this interview in her 9-hour story of, I have a stalker, pushing people to go watch this.
This was like the worst mess up.
It just doesn't feel good in any way, shape, or form.
Ever in life. It was my first week and it was my worst mess up ever on live TV. Just mortifying to me. And it's my first week on this job. And the guy called, he texted me. He's like, that was terrible. Like what, and my ex-boyfriend keeps calling. So I finally, I leave work.
No, you're good. You're good.
And I finally pick up.
Smart ass patriot. You're good. People are allowed to have their thoughts and opinions on this. It's just, I refuse to give her more. We've had this done with another creator that I review has done similar things and then turned around and been like, they mocked me. They said I lied about this. And I refuse to give anybody that because that never fucking happened. I never fucking did that. I never said she lied, but she, while being called out, brought out a story of that and laid it in the midst of a drama stream too. It's interesting to me how people like this, when getting criticized, will throw stuff like that in there.
My ex-boyfriends call and just get rid of them because I can't handle the guilt either of like the fact like he's calling me again, we're over and like this just happened. And so he's calling me and I'm saying, I can't, like, don't call me, I'm dating someone. And he's out of the country, my ex.
I get what I'm saying.
Boyfriend. So I'm like, don't call me, I'm dating someone else and it's serious. And it
seems like it's just so similar to other things that we've seen, and the timing is everything.
Like set him off. And he's like, absolutely not. Like, absolutely. I was like, it's over. Like, please. It's been 3 years of this. And he's like, no, I am flying in tonight. And I'm like, I just want these two men to just like go away. And
Lauren, I would have to know more details, but yeah. Rape is rape. Sexual assault is sexual assault. Yes, if it is not consensual and you are not in the state to make a consenting decision, then yes. Yeah. If you are incoherent and do not have control or ability to give consent, I don't give a fuck about a wedding certificate, a wedding ring. I don't give a shit. You're not property of anyone. And if you are not in the space to make informed consent, I don't care if you're married or not, it's sexual assault. especially if you are blacked out, passed out, anything like that. Absolutely.
So he literally called.
Now, if you are semi-coherent, you know, there's different, there's a lot more to it, but yes, lacking consent and or not coherent to give informed consent is or could be rape or sexual assault. Absolutely.
Called me, goes, I just booked a flight. I'm coming in to propose to you. And I was like, don't do that. And
sorry, you're struggling.
The next morning I go to work.
I'm sorry that you are struggling, but that is absolutely sexual assault. A piece of paper that you signed to marry somebody does not give them, you are not property of no one. No one. And I don't give a shit. No. Don't give a shit. Consent is consent. No means no.
Still my first week. They're both still calling me. And my ex-boyfriend was like, I'm here. I'm picking you up at 7 tonight. Be ready. And the guy that had just raped me kept calling. And I had to text him and said, I'm getting back together with my ex, you know, like, just leave me alone. And then he started like going crazy on my phone too. Like, it was like crazy. And then he started panicking, I think, because I think he knew that I don't want to know. It was just like the most overwhelming moment. So that night, a limo driver picks me up at 7 a.m. And so I throw out
PM or 7 a.m.
7 p.m. Thank you for correcting me. And I throw out like the other guy's flowers for the ex-boyfriend. And I go out for this like extravagant, like I don't even like extravagant night. He's controlling everything and he has all these things planned. He includes my family. And he proposes to me that night. And then the last thing, like, he's like taking me to all these places. And the last thing we do is arrive at this restaurant at like 10. And I have a ring on my finger and our families are there. And then I have friends that are like, what are you doing here? And they're like, you have a ring? I'm like, I know, like, I just got engaged. Like, so
this is so much to process. All of this is so much. And the language that she is using, again, is intentional.
Went from like, it was the wildest moment. Like, yeah, I'm engaged. And at that moment though, because of what had just happened with that other guy, like, I just was like, just get married. Like, I just need to get married. Like, I just need to marry this guy. And that like made this situation better. Like, I was like, this is better and safer. And I don't want to deal with like, so it's like all of this like accumulated to like, I think when I look back, like why I said yes. And like, I just think there was a lot going on. And my dad was behind bars at the time. Like, there was still, so anyway, he flew away right after proposing.
Yeah, this was filmed July 2nd. It aired July 14th in the middle of all of this timeline. This is her story that she was promoting the other night on Mormon Stories podcast. This is the one she promoted in her 9-hour video.
And I planned a wedding long distance on my own. And this is another beautiful thing about the village and the community. Like, I had no family. Like, I had no money. And my ward family, my home ward family that I grew up in, this ward we talked about, they came together to give me a wedding of my dreams. Like, they were so nice to me. Like, I had a fairy tale wedding with like no money. And they were also like this is like something I love about Mormonism too. Like, they were all worried about me. Like, they'd heard like maybe this isn't like the right relationship for Lauren. Like, there's something going on. And I remember it was my visiting teacher from that ward that was like, can I take you to lunch? And I picked her up and I actually said to her, like, I don't know, like, he can be a little bit selfish. And, you know, like, he knows that I don't like the temple, but he's demanding that that we do like a session before we get sealed. And he's upset that I would never want to do that. And she's like, that's a red flag. And so she like gets her husband and they're like, Lauren, like, if you cancel this wedding before you do it, like, everyone that participated in this will be okay. Like, it's okay. But I tried to break it off before, but I went forward with it and I married him and we got married. And that was, I won't share too much, but it was a very, what I consider a very emotionally abusive marriage for 2 years. And I won't share too much, just like a couple of things. I just want to say too, like, after my ward family, like, gave me the most incredible dream wedding I could have ever been given, there was a lot of shame too. And so I didn't reach out to people. I didn't finish thank you card. They didn't, like, I just kind of hid because I think shame keeps us hiding. I was so ashamed that like they gave me that kindness and then this is the situation. And so I just kind of like isolated myself. And I remember like I had nowhere to live. I didn't have a family. And so like he had flown out to like move in
Hatter's Madness. Thank you so much.
Somewhere in Boston. And I was going to go out and meet him. So like, I had to live at his grandmother's house for like a month. And again, I had quit my job once again. So like, he didn't want me to have the career. What mattered was his career. So once again, like I'm giving up my dreams, this fairy tale, this temple wedding. Like I just want this so, clearly I want this so desperately.
There's a theme. There's a constant theme. Everybody always takes stuff from Lauren. It's everybody else's fault.
I want kids. I want a family. I want like 6 kids that I can feed organic meals to. And like, you know what I mean? Like,
again, I will say some of this could be absolutely true. This could be, but there's a constant theme here.
Just like decorate the house for Christmas. It's really just.
She mentioned over and over again in that 9 hours that they were trying to, you know, she grew fast. She's got fans. They're trying to hurt her livelihood.
What I want, you know, this happy little Mormon family. And so I remember when I finally go out to Boston to meet him, like this one experience, like it's my moving day to Boston. And he picks me up at the airport and we have this romantic moment and he takes a picture of me in front of a lighthouse and I feel so happy. And we'd just been away from each other for like a couple months. And so I like confide in him that had been really hard and that I'm so grateful to see him. I like rest my hand on his shoulder and he looks at me and he says, Lauren, you've got to learn how to stop crying. And then he looks at me and goes, you know what? I don't want you in my life here. I'm going to take you to the airport. We're done. I'm not going to bring you to the apartment. And so he drove me. It was like 2 hours. I just sat in silence. I was like, well, if he's doing this, it's not the man I thought he was. So he did. He drove me all the way to the airport, back to Boston Airport. And I just sat in silence. And then we parked at the airport and he's like, you've got to stop. You got to stop. You can't cry anymore. And I was like, I have feelings, I have emotions. Like, I'm going to cry. And then he starts crying. And he's like, I'm so sorry. Like, this is the type of stuff. I was like, no, fly me. And I didn't know where he's going to fly me. I didn't have a home. I had no parents. I had no money. Like, I was like, am I going to go back to his grandma's house? I was like, no, like, fly me. Like, give me a Hawaii ticket. Just like, I was like, fly me. But
that's the hardest part for me, Kiki. Thank you for being a member for 10 months too. You said, I think this chick may need to seek someone to talk to for real. This is bizarre. All me, and me. That's the craziest part. Her husband and a lot of the people she's around are in the mental health space. And maybe they have suggested that she actually gets professional help. I don't know.
He cried and we went.
But she's relying on all of the people around her with actual credentials. And yet none of them are really around her.
Back to the apartment. And anyway, that's just like an example of what it was like.
Just volatility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, and so he apologized.
Marie, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. Thank you so much. Rich bitch. Thank you, T.
Apologizes and we go back to the apartment and then he doesn't talk to me for 3 days. And then when we do talk, he says, I say something and he's like, well, I want kids. I just don't know if I want your kids. And so then at that moment, like all my dreams are shattered. So I actually end up just like, long story short, leaving. He begs me to come back. I end up going back. And there was one moment.
It's just weird.
I started going to a therapist who's like talking to you. I think like that was really good. I was in Boston. I was going to a therapist trying to sort this out. But I just remember one story, and I think it was a really poignant moment in my life. So I want to share it because I think I was looking to God, you know, the idea, going back to my patriarchal blessing, the time will come, like I didn't get married the first time until I'm 33 years old. So I got married at 33, where you'll be married to a good man, you know, and he will cherish you.
Mm-hmm.
He will cherish you. And I just wanted to feel cherished. And like I said, like, I feel like God, I was always relying on God to love me. You know, God gave me my unconditional love. And I thought then my husband was going to give me this unconditional love. Like, this is where, you know, like maybe that, you know, from God to a head, like he's going to love me. He's going to cherish me. And I kept trying to figure out, like, do I leave? Do I go? Cause like, there's so many mixed messages. If 2 people love the Lord, then it has to work. And he was very, very religious, very strong in the church and the rules and being LDS and return missionary. And so like, you know, or if something's broken, you fix it. Or my grandmother stayed with my grandpa, who was very difficult. She was a saint. Like, there's so many cultural lessons, like you forgive and you forget. Like, there's so many cultural messages, like marriage is hard, you know, how hard? Like, I didn't know. I had no parents to ask what was going on. I had my mother, but like, she was struggling, you know, she was fragile. And I remember someone from my ward wrote me, again, my home ward, Lauren, are you happy? And I'm like, I don't know. And like, telling me you should leave. Like, my Mormon ward family is like reaching out, you know, and all my confusion of like, I can't break this like temple marriage. They're like, get out of there. So again, like so much of my saving grace and so many of my most difficult times has been my Mormon village. Like, what are you doing? And so there's this moment though. So I remember the therapist, I was working with he was a psychologist, and I was talking to him about my husband, and I was saying, well, if he is difficult or if he's selfish, like, doesn't he deserve love? Like, can't I figure out how to love him right? And the psychologist said, well, I think you're asking the wrong question. Like, don't you deserve love? Like, should you be loved? And that was actually really confusing for me because I wanted love. I wanted to be cherished. I wanted to feel love, but like deserving love was an entitlement. It was something I feel like I was owed or deserved, like, or entitled to. And there was like a moment like, actually, I don't know if I do. And again, like always relying on God for love. And so there was this moment where he was studying at the library and our car was parked further away because we were in some student housing in Boston. And it was Sunday, so I needed to pick him up for church. And he never liked being late to church, ever. And I forgot we were parked so far away. So
the entire interview is so odd. And for any of you that don't understand, if you're coming in late, let me remind you of how we got here.
I've done.
This is her 9-hour video. This is how we got here.
So then, the video was she compared me to the infamous murderer, Jodi Arias, has garnered over 33,000 views on TikTok, and we shared that on July 13th. She posted.
It's not that hard to get a 30 to 60 second video to go that way on TikTok.
A video with a photo of me, which is a well-known photo with a clown emoji over my face. Once again, trying to get people to identify who I am and to come after me.
They have to decide who they want to be. Of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass.
I decided to be a jackass while she puts the clown emoji over my head and points at me, calling me a jackass. You guys can decide.
I mean, you've been acting like a jackass. Sorry. That's nice. I wouldn't even put a clown emoji on your face. I would have just said, you're a jackass. Can't sue me for it. That's my opinion of what you told us to go watch.
Who the jackass is. Maybe I've been a jackass. I don't know. I've definitely had my jackass moments.
Yeah. A lot of them, it seems like.
Fair. On July 14th, 2025, happy birthday and to my babe. Many of you are asking where he is. He knows we're doing this tonight. My lovely soulmate. And he will be coming on later. Not tonight. Don't worry. Too much to go through. Another time.
Yeah, that's that right there. Don't worry. Not tonight. It's too much to go through. You would think that her soulmate would be the one sitting next to her, providing her support through this. I don't know.
On July 14th, so that is my husband's birthday and our anniversary. And on July 14th, 2025, I was on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. I still want to thank them for having me on. And if any of you actually would like to go watch that and support me and them, because he has helped me, I just want to say this, so much through this as a friend and as someone who has also been through this himself.
I will always support John Dehlin. John Dehlin's great, but I think he got used in this situation.
I want to thank the Mormon Stories community and go support him and Mormon Stories and me by watching my podcast.
And looky here.
But on the Mormon Stories podcast, my stalker, when I appeared on July 14th, wrote in the comments with eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching. And this occurred after she did a TikTok. So I announced that I was going to be on Mormon Stories, and she did a TikTok about that. If you don't have it, it's okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay, because I can explain it too. Claiming that it was like a PR move because of something that I've done that was coming out. Like I said, I still don't know what I've done, minus people trying to claim I was hurting people's businesses, which simply isn't true. And reading private texts of mine that allegedly they don't like, and I haven't seen them.
Again, I need to mention to you, June 19th, she makes a phone call to her police department and says she's in fear. These people in Utah, her quote unquote alleged stalker, lives in Utah. So she makes a phone call to the police department. She's in fear because people want her head on a platter and she doesn't know. Files a police report, and then July 2nd, she's in Utah to do this interview. So she's afraid. It just, I don't know. I don't think the fear that she is trying to portray was there. I know I sure as frick wouldn't be if I was afraid for my life doing that. But that's just me.
So it says, someone sent me a screenshot that my ex-friend is about to attempt some damage control, and I'm giddy. I can't wait to see how she tries to spin this. So, she's talking about my Mormon Stories podcast with John DeLynn and Minnie Caldwell. Very confusing because, you think that I'm going to spin my life. My life is my life. I tell my entire honest, vulnerable life story on the Mormon.
John DeLynn does them as premieres. So it was recorded July 2nd and aired the 14th. So it's dropped as a premiere. So the live chat is there.
Stories podcast. If you guys want to know anything about me, my life story is all there. 2 parts. It's hours. I tell it all. And I haven't known this stalker very long at all. She doesn't know me very well at all, really. Any conversation we had was very surface. And she thinks that I'm doing damage control to spin something. And I have no idea what I'm trying to spin. Well, let me tell you, the Mormon Stories podcast was planned for a long time.
I think it was an open-ended conversation, or open-ended, like, hey, if you want to come tell your story anytime.
Host John DeLynn had asked me months and months and months ago. And the reason that I had, thank you. How is this damage control? None of us even know what's going on. Thank you. I didn't even know what I was trying to control. The Mormon Stories podcast was actually inspiration. I was at the Brandon Boudreaux trial, and someone came up to me and they thanked me for interviewing Heather Daybell and said that Heather Daybell was so brave and it was incredible. And they'd listened to the Heather Daybell interview 3 times on my channel, that it had changed their life. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. I asked to take a picture of them so I could let Heather know how much her story meant. And they said, she is so brave. And it was at that moment that I said, I'm going home. I'm going to tell John DeLynn that I'm going to say yes to his request to interview me. She'd been asking for months. I'm going to do it because if Heather Daybell can do it, so can I. And I would love it if you guys could support my story, honestly, over on Mormon Stories. My stalker thinks it's damage control and decided to go in there to let me know she was watching me. It was getting weirder and scarier. I did not know what was going on.
So weird and scary. She put eyeballs in the comment section.
So by the time I was like, crap, I'm going to be late. And as I go outside.
That's how we got here.
There's a woman. I remember her. This was our neighbor, Olive. She was older. And I rushed out. She stopped me and she's like, are you going to church? Yeah. What church? Oh, the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Like, what do they believe? I was like, shoot. So it was like this moment of like a decision.
I don't have time.
I know. I'm like
to be a missionary right now.
I know, exactly. And I chose to be a missionary. And I talked to her for a little bit. Yeah. I was rushing to the car and I heard the phone ringing and I knew he's going to be angry that I was late. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm coming. There was someone I was talking to. I felt I needed to talk to her. And he's like, you can't be late. You can't be late. And he gets in the car and he's like, you cannot be late anymore. And I'm trying to explain myself because this is where I'm probably difficult or assertive. Like, I know I hear you, but hear me out. Like, I just want to explain myself. Like, I did this because, like, Olive. And he was like, you cannot be late. And I started crying. I was just crying because he was yelling. And he flipped down my passenger mirror in the car and he goes, look at yourself. Like, look at yourself. You are crazy. And I looked at myself with tears streaming down my cheeks. And I looked in the mirror and I said, I love you, Lauren. He goes, I go, I love you. And he goes, what are you doing? You are crazy. And I go, if someone needs to love me, it's going to be me. So I love me. And I think that was like a moment of just like, I love me. Like, I wasn't going to rely on God. I wasn't going to rely on some guy in my patriarchal blessing to cherish me. I wasn't going to rely on some guardian angel to come down and with the Holy Ghost and say, it's okay to leave. I loved myself. And that was like a moment for transition for me, like, that I'll never forget. And I wish I could say that it was right then that I decided to leave. It wasn't. But I did get reached out to while I was living in Boston by an old producer friend of mine from Salt Lake City who said, hey, are you looking for a reporting job? And I was like, I don't know. And he was like, well, I'm moving to Boise. He was a producer. He's like, I'm going to start as a reporter. So they're looking for someone. Would you want to come? And the last place I wanted to go back to was Idaho. I was like, really?
Yeah. I'm going to move it forward from her to her book. Okay. That's where you got that word that she threw in here, though. And then I'm going to move on from this.
Needed to read to say, I've got to get divorced. And so I'm actually reading this from a book of mine. I wrote a memoir about this kind of point in my life. And so I'm going to read it from my book. She says, I know that everyone is laughing about this Josh Duggar story. Oh, a Duggar on Ashley Madison. It's so rich. I wish more people would talk about Anna. I normally keep things light on Facebook, but let's talk about Anna, his wife. Let me tell you, Anna Duggar is in the worst position she could possibly be in right now. Anna Duggar was crippled by her parents by receiving no education, having no work experience or life experience for that matter, and then was shackled to this loser because his family was famous in their religious circle. Anna Duggar was taught that her sole purpose in life, the most meaningful thing that she could do, was to be chaste and proper, a devout wife and a mother. Anna Duggar did that. Anna Duggar followed the rules that were imposed on her from the get-go, and this is what she got in reward. A husband who she found out in the span of 6 months not only molested his own sisters, but was unfaithful to her in the most humiliating way possible. While she was fulfilling her duty of providing him with 4 children and raising them, she lived up to the standard that men set for her of being chaste and godly. And in return, the man who demanded this of her sought women who were the opposite. Be this, they told her, she was. It wasn't enough. What is Anna Duggar supposed to do? She can't divorce because of the religious environment she was brought up in would blame her and ostracize her for it.
Even if she would risk that, she has no education and no work experience to fall back on. So how does she support her kids? From where could she summon the ability to turn her back on everything she ever held to be sacred and safe? Her beliefs, the very thing she would turn to for comfort in this kind of crisis, are the very reasons she is in this predicament in the first place. How can she reconcile this? Her parents have utterly, utterly failed her. Think of this. Somewhere, Anna Duggar is sitting in prayer, praying not for the strength to get out and stand on her own, but for the strength to stand by this man she is unfortunately married to lower herself so that he may rise up on her back. As a mother of daughters, this makes me ill. Parents, we must.
This is a book she wrote.
Do better by our daughters. Boys, men are born with power. Girls have to command it for themselves. They aren't given it. They assume it and take it, but you have to teach them to do it, that they can do it. We have to teach our daughters that they are not beholden to men like this, that they do not have to marry a man their father deems acceptable and then stay married to that man long, long after he proved himself unacceptable. Educate them, empower them, give them the tools they need to survive on their own if they must. Josh Duggar should be cowering in fear of Anna Duggar right now, cowering. He isn't, but he should be. He should be quaking in fear that the house might fall down around them if he's in the same room as she. Please instill your daughters with the resolve to make a man cower if he must, to say, I don't deserve this and my children don't deserve this. I wish someone had ever, just once, told Anna she was capable of this and that she knew she is. As for my girls, I'll raise them to think they breathe fire. Now, I want to clarify, many people have different opinions about Anna Duggar today than they did in 2015. So take that for what it's worth. This is 2015 before everything else happened with Josh.
She wrote that in 2015. Ooh.
Duggar. But what that meant to me at that time gave me the resolve to get out and to get.
Seems like she's kind of adapted. Okay, take this for what it is, but it's almost like she's adapted pieces of the story she's told over the years. Yuck. Yuck. And that's harsh for me to say, but all right, Granny did this, and I want to play this really quick to bring attention to it because I think it's very valid. So if you don't know who Granny is, you're going to find out a little bit about Granny for anybody new around here. I'll explain more and explain what she's talking about in just a moment, but I think this is very valid to have Granny's take in this current situation.
Hey, everyone. I wanted to give my perspective on what's
Granny's watching. Also, I call her Jess.
Taking place right now with hidden true crime and her quote unquote stalker, and the fact that it's all over the internet, everybody's timelines, you can't really escape it. I wanted to put a video together to just get my point across quickly without any distractions. And, if there's further conversation, we can have it in the comments below and perhaps make a live stream of it. But for right now, this is what I want to say about it. For me, I personally find it wild watching what is happening. This bigger creator, Lauren, filed an ex parte restraining order, claimed Christina was stalking and harassing her, but when Law and Crime said they wanted to live stream the hearing, she dropped it. And then, not long after, she went live for 9 hours showing bits and pieces, screenshots, clips, speculation, and just like that, the internet decided Christina's a stalker. I watched all this unfold and thought, I know this playbook because I've lived it.
She sure has.
I had people do the same thing to me. They accused me of things I didn't do. They even sued me in Pennsylvania and lost.
Claimed her and Barbecue, a lady from TikTok, were a part of a RICO and racketeering enterprise. Tried getting a restraining order on her.
But one plaintiff out of the other 10 decided to keep this going.
Sure has, and I'm going to show you a clip in just a moment.
And they sent me a cease and desist letter, which I responded to legally and respectfully, and suddenly silence. But online, they still talk. They tell their followers I'm a problem, that I'm stalking, I'm harassing, I'm ruining their life.
They have, and they continue to. Well, one of my mods dropped Granny's link. I want you to go watch the rest of it on Granny's. But here is one of the plaintiffs, one of 10, who has been the biggest one to do all these things to Granny and others. Not just Granny. She started with an obsession and a jealousy over Granny years ago, but that has escalated beyond that at this point in time. So this is Brittany J's live stream from last night. Again, if you are new here and do not know these characters, and have questions, ask, please, because there are so many similarities with the weaponizing of our court systems that needs to be addressed by people like Brittany J, Lauren, and others. Granny has been through absolute hell because of this one. This one started reaching out to people in April of 2024, asking them to get together and go legal on some of us creators. Then she became one of a group of 10, as Granny said, to file on her in Pennsylvania, claiming that they were a part of this RICO and racketeering. 10 people versus 2, with additional 50 Jane and John Does to be added later, which were never added. Then, as that litigation is ongoing, this one here, Brittany J, sends Granny, who's already in litigation with her, a cease and desist from an attorney that she asked her subs for money for. This is her stream from last night, as she has decided to try and maneuver Lauren's story to the best of her ability to use it for her own self-gain. Let's listen.
And he has a partner named Ed Wallace that is also retired law enforcement. They have a lot of knowledge, and they went over. Well, they interviewed Lauren from Hidden True Crime last night in regards to her stalking.
Janelle, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Terry says, your lives on this topic have been extremely well researched and presented. Your perspective is invaluable. Thank you. It's a lot. I will be honest. There is a lot. And I'm really trying to be careful. And not because I'm like worried about a lawsuit or a cease and desist. I mean, fuck. If you don't know, I've been trying to get somebody to serve me and pay it. I'm just a pick me over here. I'm being facetious. But I'm not worried about any of that. I just want people to understand that timelines, the manipulation factor is so heavy with people like this. And it might not feel that way. And some might really have empathy and sympathy, and that's okay. But the facts matter. And when they use emotional manipulation, faith manipulation, it's hard for people to see that and break it back. So I'm trying to find a way to maneuver this as proper as possible so people can realize and take emotion out of it some and realize she's calling people stalkers. She's escalating this behavior. She is the one pushing this further and further, just like we've seen so many times before. Thank you again for the support. All right, here we go. By the way, did I tell you I had to pick up Kyle in like 3 hours? I'm so excited.
You know, the situation she's got going on. And I have, you know what? I will never tell somebody how they feel. And I think that a lot of what's wrong with this platform today is the bad behavior is excused, and I'm not going to be a part of it. Period. I really like that. I think that the things that Dewey Ron and Ed Wallace had to say in regards to the subject, I think everybody should go listen to, because they know the law. They can tell.
Here we go again. They know the law, so they don't. They're not current law enforcement. Again, people in these true crime spaces, just because somebody was something. Do you know how many cops there are in New York? And I'm not trying to discredit them in any way, shape, or form, but do you know that a lot of officers will tell you that becoming some sort of expert on YouTube is more profitable than being an actual police officer? There's no risk to their safety. And they can serve for like 2 to 3 years in a police force and then be seen as an expert in true crime. Plus get paid more for it.
Tell you.
Those are the honest guys, though.
What's considered crossing legal boundaries and what's considered, petty drama. And they took it very seriously. And to me, that was just more of a solidification for me that a lot of people on this platform are desensitized. And I'm not going to excuse it. I agree with him 100% on what he said.
Love you. Take a nap. See you in a few.
You can't take this shit lightly. You can't. So I wanted to kind of go through some of this with y'all and talk about it and have a conversation. Also point out the hypocrisy, because I'm seeing people who...
Oh, this one needs to sit the fuck down.
I'm seeing people who are doing this shit to me. They're taking part in doing this to me on a daily basis.
Doing what to you? Calling you out on your bad behavior? Calling you out on your lies, your manipulation?
Cheering Duty Ron and Ed Wallace on for the same things that they're saying. Literally, they're talking about you, and you don't even have enough testicular fortitude to understand that. Like,
testicular? I don't have testicles, so I guess I don't have testicular fortitude to begin with.
they're talking about you. They're describing you, and you're over there cheering them on. Woo, yeah, you're right.
I think what Duty Ron and Ed did was not researched. I think they ran off emotional manipulation, and I think they were emotionally manipulated in this situation. And once again, they didn't go off of the facts to even make their statements. So who's cheering them on?
I agree. I mean, bro.
Craig.
It's okay to be on you. You're a bunch
If you think that
poor Craig and Brittany, her other half, his name's Craig. He's a shit.
Duty Ron and Ed Wallace are right, and you've been in those chats of those channels that go live, you might need to take a step back and realize, bro, you've done everything they said last night and way more.
Where's the fucking proof, Brittany? Pushing back, I'm going to say this very clear. If you're new here, you are going to get sick of hearing me say, pushing back using your own words is never going to be harassment, bullying, and or stalking you. I use her own words to debunk her own lies, just like I'm about to do with Lauren in the upcoming few weeks. Just like we did today about the Idaho stuff, using their own words, but they cry victim. And then they start saying, oh my God, you incited CPS. You incited all these things. Her own behavior gets her in those spots. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I leave it to their own words.
So we're going to kind of go show some examples of that too.
And she claims that she's never gone real life on anyone. Granny just told you for a year, she's been in litigation with this one and 9 others. And she has continued to review Granny.
Because I mean,
they're just jumping on bandwagons.
It's so crazy, guys. It is so crazy.
I don't know why you're covering the Lauren situation except to try and maneuver it for your own benefit, because it's not true crime. Oh, wait, because you're a drama channel. Oh, and trying to maneuver it for your benefit.
Publicity, basically. Yeah.
It is so crazy. Hey, Boston. All right. So I'm going to give a little bit more time for people to come in.
Right, Kimberly.
Whoever's going to win this year, winning, they're like, oh, now I'm that's my team now.
Well, that's what I said the other day. It's not about what's right and what's wrong on this platform. It's about
like baseball, Yankees always
who's win, who seems to be, what the
and her other half needs a fucking muzzle.
Majority is going for.
The Patriots always win, so I'm a big Patriots fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, Ann on a mouse.
They know they're wrong.
I feel like I'm in class when we come here. Pink Warrior. Well, I ain't trying to make you feel that way. Sorry. I don't want to make you feel like you're in class.
I don't think anybody feels like they're in class. What, on sleep deprivation?
They humanize you and act like, oh, she deserves it, she wants it, whatever, right? They justify it.
Yes, Jiggy, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I am going to put up a poll. All this falls on weak subs who can't think for themselves or see the evil but want to be a part of the bad. Yes, Tony.
I'd say more than that. More.
I'm glad you're here, Tony. Does he live near you?
And
okay.
They stop talking about you. Their numbers tank.
That's it.
They don't support anything.
No, they don't stand for anything.
Talk shit. That's all.
Actually, we've proven that to be false.
That's it. That's all. That's it. Boston says, Miss Gloria is very sad. We don't have to believe her, but should never say it out loud because we don't know everything. Boston, that's a good way to handle it, Boston. I think that is very mature. Even if you don't agree with Lauren or you might disbelieve her, you're absolutely right. You don't have to say it out loud. You know,
No, we're going to scream it from the rooftops because people like you and Lauren who are weaponizing court systems, our justice system that is already broken for false allegations against people like Granny, Clue, Cletus, Barbecue, Christina, and anybody else that Lauren's trying to go after legally. Yeah, we're done with that. The days of us just remaining silent. Sorry. Nope. Our justice system is broken. Victims do not get enough protections as is. And we are going to scream it from the rooftops that people like Lauren and you and your shitty behavior and anybody else like Bullhorn Betty who use the legal systems for their own hurt Fefes because of their shit that they do to victims and families and call it a career and then can't stand when they get pushback or called out for their fucking bullshit, run to the courts and take more and more protections from victims.
You're allowed to have, I respect that. I agree that people are going to have different opinions. I know that there are people that feel like Lauren's overreacting. I know there are people that feel like what she's doing is wrong towards that Christina lady by putting this all out here. But let me tell you something. Real life is real life. I
think it's good. Remember I was like, I wonder how many famous people this happens to if they don't speak out.
Yeah.
I think we should all speak out when they start doing it.
How many famous people? Did you hear what that motherfucker just said? Sorry, I don't like these people. I've been covering them for quite some time. Did you hear him just once again compare themselves to famous people?
I respect that. I agree that people are going to have different opinions. I know that there are people that feel like Lauren's overreacting. I know there are people that feel like what she's doing is wrong towards that Christina lady by putting this all out here. But let me tell you something. Real life is real life. I
think it's good. Remember I was like, I wonder how many famous people this happens to if they don't speak out. I think we should all speak out when they start doing it.
BJ and Craig are famous in their own minds.
Awareness needs to be made and it needs to be, and bad behavior. Stop telling the people who are on the receiving end of all of the chaos. Stop telling them to shut up and log off. I heard somebody today say, I thought Brittany said she wanted it to end, but she just said this, that, and just because I want the shit to end doesn't mean that I have to censor myself. And
no, girl, you don't get this shit to just end. You hired an attorney. You scammed your subs, in my opinion, out of over $8,000, and all that you've shown them is 3 horribly written C&Ds that were sent that you claimed were served, and then that they had to sign for them. That was all lies, which were debunked. Then you tried to file for a free order of protection, no contact order within the courts. Then you didn't even show up to court, wasting the court's time. You showed up late and then threw your little fucking fit and lied about that. But you've got over $8,000 to account for because you told your subs that there was a process. So what part of the process is ongoing here? Huh?
I'm not allowed to state how I feel about certain things. That's bullshit.
Like I've watched Alex Jones for years and years. Probably, I don't know, I haven't counted, like over 20 years. And he just now started talking about how they dox him and SWAT his house to the point where his family has to stay somewhere else.
By the way, for anybody that doesn't know who Brittany is, Brittany came on this platform as her full self. She showed herself on camera. You could hear her kids in the background from 2021 on. She had her full name. She chose to lie a lot about her life, and it's been exposed over the years. But her full legal name scrolls across the bottom of her channel, attached to her pay links. Again, she calls exploiting families and victims her career. This is what she does for a job, and her other half does not work. But she likes to throw in that I've been doxxed thing over and over and over again, and there's history, 2022, of saying that other people were doxing her. Then she claimed that Granny doxed her. Blah, 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 blah. She put her entire information with her address in the court filing that she was a part of and chose to do.
And it's regularly, he pulls up and there's all these cops out in front of his house and say, hey, what's going on? They swatted you again. Right. So like he's been going through it and just not said anything to the public until recently.
That's crazy.
So I think it's good for everybody to speak out. So, you know, that we get the awareness. You see what's going to happen to you if you start to get big. They're going to do this to you. And we need to do something about it. We need
Look at this delusional shit. Do you hear this?
Yeah.
Together and change laws.
Yep.
We need to come together and change laws. Absolutely. We do. Laws against people like this who continue to shit in the faces of everybody that is needed justice, who weaponize court systems for their hurt fifis and chaos that they intentionally fabricate.
And that's what we're going to hear. Duty. I'm obviously not going to play all of Duty Ron's stream, that, but I'm going to kind of skip through it because
if you accuse somebody for something, you should have to have the equal consequence whenever you found out that you were false reporting.
Oh, really, Craig? I think that's correct. Listen to what Craig thinks here.
Together and change laws.
Yep. And that's what we're going to hear. Duty. I'm obviously not going to play all of Duty Ron's stream, that, but I'm going to kind of skip through it because
if you accuse somebody for something, you should have to have the equal consequence whenever you found out that you were false reporting on somebody.
I'm glad, Tony.
False reporting on somebody. I guess call this consequences for BJ's actions when she has lied over and over about many of us for coming up on 2 years in March.
I was afraid I made you mad last night. I'm glad you're here.
There's a lady trying to push for that.
Yep. All right, let me thank Missouri Lisa real quick. Missouri Lisa, my girl. Missouri Lisa is my subscriber who always sends me a card. I mean, there's no quotations on that. It's fact. The people that are cyber stalking me and harassing me on a daily basis are actually covering this. Is laughable. I would not touch this with a 10-foot pole.
She thinks that it's a cyber stalking to play her own words that she's put out here on a public platform. She thinks getting criticism over that is cyber stalking her.
If I was bullying or harassing another person, I don't think so.
Don't hold your breath because, bitch, this is what I came on here doing and will continue to do it. It doesn't matter if you have 5 subs or 5 million. When you do the things like you guys are doing, you and Lauren, and weaponize our court systems against people that you dislike or that you see as competition, we will push back, especially for those of you that continue to like to shit on victims and use their lives and their tragedies as a career and then cry foul when you yourself are in the hot seat.
I don't think so.
I think they see it. They're not going to say anything to them, but they all got to see it. Like, yeah, you over here acting like you ain't done that.
I mean, like, no, they're actually, a lot of them are like,
we're going to get into
talking crap about her and acting like she's a crybaby that's overreacting. Some of them couldn't. They know they've gone too far to actually dare say that Lauren is correct. I mean, they can't say Lauren is right. Hey, happy holidays. All right, so Missouri Lisa just gifted 5 memberships. Let's go ahead and celebrate. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships, Missouri Lisa. Well,
y'all out doing a little yard selling this morning, huh?
Green team.
Good. I got a lot.
Oh, hell no. Nope. Sorry.
Talks about me every single day.
$2.
Well, thank you. I just dropped my Venmo to the person that asked me if I have a Venmo. Opal sis, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Gummy Squad. No, the green team. This isn't the Gummy Squad. This is the green team. Thank you.
And reminder. So how BJ works is this is how she truly feels.
Like, no, bro, I'm good. I'm good. This shit is so messy and convoluted anymore. Like this whole, I stand with Lauren. I stand with Christina. Like, no, bro, I'm good. I'm good. This shit is so messy and convoluted. It is so messy. I can tell you points from each story that I disagree with, and that's where I'm at. But the overall picture that really kind of pisses me off about all this is There are people who are really cyber stalked, really harassed, who are going through shit. I'm one of those people.
Oh, of course. So BJ has 2 channels. This is her drama channel, allegedly, in my opinion. So she's keeping this I Stand with Lauren persona to her true crime channel that's almost 20,000 subs. So on her true crime channel, where there might be some overlap of people that watch Lauren, she's putting on the facade that she supports Lauren. But then on her backup channel, she is playing the game of it's all so messy. She's, again, the only reason why BJ is interested in this is because she claims that she's a bigger victim than anybody else. And she's trying to figure out how to posture this for the best benefit of her own.
And I feel like,
and you can go look at anything and ask me any questions, because if you think Christina's TikToks are harsh, don't look at my shorts. These are all her own words that she's put out here publicly. There is nothing threatening about them. Not a goddamn thing. She knows that too. She has said over and over again, I wouldn't even send you a C&D because, well, I control you. I control the way you do your content, and you want to be seen. You want to be, you're a pick-me nonsense. She just knows she don't have a fucking leg to stand on, because when I document and do things, I do it very well.
When you are a larger creator and you come out the woodworks accusing someone of stalking you.
Her main channel is allegedly, here, I'll show you the difference. This is the allegedly with Brittany J. She just lost like 800 subs the other day herself when she took out an order of protection. I'll show you that too. So it's allegedly with Brittany J. is her true crime channel. And allegedly, in my opinion, it should be allegedly without any brain cells.
Harassing you and all of that. Like that's a huge allegation to put on another person. And honestly, you need to have proof of those things. The situation is it's like we've been given 2 parts of a 4-part story, right? Maybe not even that, and it's you're not really helping us when we've only got fragments of the story. And there's 100%. There are always 2 sides to a story.
Normally, she doesn't stay awake unless it is drama. If she's doing true crime content, she has a tendency of nodding off. And those are her words, not mine. She started using those about her nodding out on film, on camera, repeatedly in September of 2024.
For me, I've sat on my hands and I've listened. Day one, I was extremely frustrated with that Christina girl because, what she said about Lauren's brother, I don't take away from that. That's still, my mind is still.
Oh, look here. If you don't know who this one is and you think Lauren's bad, Lauren's just a polished Brittany. Lauren has access to money and has been a little bit more successful. BJ is the perpetual victim on steroids.
Set on that. The shit they said going through her phone, talking about her brother.
I'm not even joking. The shit that she has accused Granny of doing, and then everybody else. I'll show you what she did to Clue and Cletus. I'll give you a little insight to that with her current. She just did this the same time frame that Lauren was trying to get these orders. She was doing stuff of her own.
Brother, that's slander. Go in real life and looking into her husband's profession, calling people behind the scenes, trying to blacklist her. That is so disgusting. And y'all know I cannot stand a dog pile. The Mean Girl Brigade, take it 4 or 5.
She's obsessed with the movie Mean Girls. Poor Brittany, always picked on.
5 people teaming up on one is very reminiscent of what I'm going through. And I can't tell you how many times, y'all know it, I've had moderators leave.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, here is a little insight into what she just did. This is from October 13th.
I'm going to explain this from beginning to end, okay?
AKA, she's going to lie straight to your face. And I've already debunked a lot of this. If you go back in some of my videos, you will get a very, very good example of what a liar she is.
So when I went and filled out the
close
protection orders, right? I filled those out
He's lost close to 200 mods in a 3-year span.
on the 2nd. I took them. I had to go into court the following day and have the judge sign off on them. When I did that, the judge called me to the stand and he said, I'm not, Shayna. The judge called me to the stand and he told me that
Bobby, we know that her other half drinks, like he talks about it and she talks about it. She says he only drinks on Friday, but technically it's every day. And why? And I don't care. You're over the age of 21, do you? But he is absolutely an alcoholic and he's an abusive drunk. As far as verbally abusive, he is very abusive to other women, other men. He calls them pedophiles. He calls them chomos. He says horrific things. He got shit-faced one night, pulled a weapon because he got his feelings hurt on TikTok, intoxicated as shit. She doesn't drink, according to her statements, and I do not believe. She also claims that she is not on any type of substance, but for over a year, we have watched her visibly not out on streams. It is something extensive.
that I needed, or that
And you can go look at my shorts and see direct comparisons a year apart of her doing the same behavior. It's gross. Meanwhile, using the court systems to target Granny, Clue, Cletus, and Barbecue.
The one for Ricky was okay. But the one for Davy, he said it was a little too vague and he wanted a little more clear.
I was going to bump that.
Like,
sorry.
They wanted more like straightforward, blunt, like threats that have been made on me. And so when I went the night.
So she's talking about creators by the name of Clue and Cletus. Clue and Cletus live in a completely different state, have never gone to the state she is in of North Carolina. But because her subs paid her over $8,000 for this attorney fund, she had something that she needed to show for it. So she tells her subs that her attorney is advising her and helping her with this no contact order of protection that she attempts to take out on Clue and Cletus. All they've ever done is call her out on her bullshit. She has weaponized horrific situations in their lives and has been doing it. She tried to link this creator to the parent of a missing child who she likes to insinuate had something to do with the disappearance of his stepson. So she tried to link Clue to him. When she couldn't, she was pissed off, and then it just escalated from there. So for over a year, she targeted that creator because of attempting to link her, to the stepfather of a missing child. And then that fell short and drama ensued. And she used a very personal situation with that creator, her and her friends, to create a website, like just horrific shit. She allowed them to promote the website. She's promoted the channels that have doxed this creator's child, just horrific. And then she goes to the fucking court to try and get no contact orders. But it was to try and prove to her son or her subs that people were, they weren't being scammed. The attorney was working on something. The attorney never showed up. And then we get told the other night that a DV advocate helped her fill out the paperwork. And then she didn't even show up for the court hearing on time. She was late and it was thrown out for jurisdiction and merit.
Before it was the afternoon, the lady had rushed me through. So
dangerous.
The judge told me on that Friday.
People like this who can lie to this extent and emotionally manipulate when they are claiming that they're telling victim stories and involved in this arena, they are dangerous. If they're willing to go to court and lie out of revenge, they are fucking dangerous.
Friday, which that would have been on the 3rd, okay? Which meant the following Monday would have been the 6th. He told me that he wanted me, and he told the bail or the clerk of court, he wanted me to.
Little Daisy, thank you for being a member for 9 months. I really appreciate you. Thank you. KNS, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you guys for the support. Much appreciated as always. I'm trying to do better tonight. I've been doing terrible with keeping up on those.
Contact my attorney and have my attorney.
I'm currently working on a pre-recorded video that will kind of explain for anybody that's new, because I think it's very important for people in the true crime arena, whether you follow her or not, to understand that Lauren is one of many. There are many creators such as Bullhorn Betty. Bullhorn Betty became one of her co-plaintiffs in this RICO and racketeering shit that they pulled on Granny in Pennsylvania. They're dangerous and they're willing to do anything when they get pushed back. And it's happening more and more often.
Why are you doing their names? Because that's their names. What are you talking about?
And the current status of that case in Pennsylvania is it's in an appeals process because it was ruled as the first anti-SLAPP. So Pennsylvania got an anti-SLAPP statute in, I think, July of 2024. And this would be the first ruling under that. So they will go through all of the appeals. So it is currently in an appeals process, but the judge's ruling is an extreme ass whooping, a verbal ass whooping. Like, it is horrific. I have detailed every bit of that, the RICO allegations over the last year. It's a lot, but if you're interested in it, it's there. Granny and Barbecue were the targets of that. The no contact order that she is speaking on was against Clue and Cletus.
Just like my first and last name was read, it is being spread all over. I said their first and last name. That's their names. I said them. That's their names. I didn't just dox any.
It's so hard to explain some of these situations, but I think there's so many similarities that I hope people can draw.
Anybody, they've put that out constantly. Stop. I'm not here to argue with anybody. This is me fucking talking about what happened. I'm not even going to read chat.
She's okay. Victim of
So
it.
The judge told me, I mean, seriously, like, you act like I'm doxing somebody. The judge told me that.
Oh my gosh, if you guys don't know who Bullhorn Betty is, ooh. And here's the thing. Just because Lauren doesn't use a bullhorn or heckle at these victims and their families, she is still in person at these trials. She is still using their pain and suffering. And there's ones on the other side that she doesn't like, that she doesn't treat with kindness in any way, shape, or form. So just because she's more polished than BJ or Betty doesn't mean that there's some of the same things that aren't happening here.
He thought that it would be better for me if I get my attorney to modify the document to make it a little, or at least look over.
We all pretty much cover her. When I say we, if you came from Jay's or know who Jay is, Every Day with Jay, she's been covering Lauren too. Jay has covered BJ. Burnt Toast covered Lauren last night. She also covers BJ. So there is a lot of history on a lot of our channels with this one. She's actually kind of pissed off currently that she is not the topic, and I'll show you what she did last night.
Over it. What he said was for me to see if my attorney was okay with what the document said or if he should modify it.
All of this was lies.
And that he told the clerk, she's going to have her attorney modify it. Whenever her attorney modifies it, she can come back in next week and sign. Have me sign, and then we'll send them out. So I told him that, okay, I'll go home and I'll call my attorney and he'll, I'll see what he wants to do or whatever. And then I'll be back in one day next week. The deal was that I was to come in the following day after my attorney modified the document. Monday came. Well, no, I'm sorry. I called my attorney Friday as soon as I left the courthouse, I called my attorney. He told me that was fine. He would take care of it. He was out of town that weekend. He wouldn't be able to do it over the weekend. And he had a court hearing on the following Monday, but he would do it on Tuesday, and then we would go over it, discuss if I was okay with it, submit it, and I would go in that Wednesday and sign off on it. Okay. That was what was supposed to happen. Well, Monday came, and next thing I know, Clue and Cletus are going live saying that Cletus was served. I'm like, I don't want to, and I haven't said anything about it because you don't talk about that kind of stuff.
Because she knew she was weaponizing the judicial system over her hurt Fefes, and they had never done anything to even remotely threaten her.
when, you know what I mean? Like we have court and stuff like that. So
right.
I like me and my friends are like, what the fuck? How did this happen? Like,
absolutely.
I haven't even been back to sign. And there's a couple things I want to clarify on here. And this is going to kind of prove that they knew that this wasn't a sexual assault type thing. So anyway, that's what happened. I did not miss my date.
Trust me, I've been reviewing her since she always gets it wrong. I've reviewed her on and off since March of 2024 pretty extensively, actually really extensively over the last like year because it's escalated so much with these filings and stuff in court. I don't have any working functioning brain cells at this point. They just sputter up here.
I didn't miss my date. My attorney did nothing wrong. I have the attorney. My attorney is working on this.
Right.
And simply put, my court dropped the ball. That's it. That's all. I didn't miss my court date. Did none of the sort. I had a court.
Thank you, Janelle. I have actually been following that. I actually watched the Glares portion of that with Lori Hellis on last night. There's a lot. I think there's a lot of things that we don't know that are going to slowly trickle out about relationships that she's tarnished and why she's on this PR tour to save her reputation or save face. And I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I wish Lori would put up her videos before when she was talking because it was like she was speaking directly to this one.
Date today, and that was what it was supposed to be. Give me just a minute, guys.
She can't remember the story, so she had to go off camera. So that's a little bit about what she just did. Hank, be quiet. Sorry, puppy. I'm going to go back to again last night, but that's just a little history of her storytelling. And I've debunked all this before and inserted the clips of catching her, like blatantly catching her lying over and over again. And please don't forget that Granny, the clip I showed you where Granny was talking, and I hope you guys go watch because she has been, lawfare has been used on her for over a year. Not only did BJ and the 9 others, then she got served from Tony Mathis, who was a part of the 10. There's just been one after another with this group of people.
Some of the craziest comments yesterday talking about you going over, call it as I sees it's video of Jay. They were saying Jay hasn't spoke on Britt in 2 days and she's talking shit on Jay. Are you kidding me? So I can't say that she talks about me every single day.
No. So she does seem to have an attorney present for the C&Ds. So again, she sent out 3 C&Ds, one to Granny, who she's already in litigation with and has been in litigation with. So these C&Ds were drawn up September 10th. They were not sent out till September 17th. Then they were given like 5-day time frames to respond. I think Granny was 10 days, but she is already in litigation with Granny. So Granny gets a C&D from her attorney that she supposedly paid $8,000. So she started raising funds on July 9th, 2025 for this lawyer who was going to shut all this shit down. It was going to stop everybody from harassing her, stalking her, basically commentating on her bullshit is what she threatened. So she starts raising funds July 9th. Let me back this up. July 9th. She tells her community that she needs $10,000. He is a flat rate attorney, no retainer, flat rate attorney. So she comes out July 9th, says that she has people start sending to her private pay links because she didn't want to drop the link to like a GoFundMe or anything because people were saying that they were going to report her. So 3 days she goes on, has them send to her private pay links. Then she rolls out a give, send, go in the amount of $10,000 monthly is what she's asking for. $10,000 monthly. Then we find out as the story goes on, she claims that it was already paid for as of the 12th of July, that the contracts had been signed. He was going to handle all this. Again, flat rate attorney. August 5th rolls around and her mod outs her that the rate was only $8,000, not $10,000. So she finally goes in and modifies this give, send, go to $8,000. Still doesn't change the one-time overall fee. She leaves it as the monthly, but she fixes the $8,000. So she gets busted out for that. Then she sends these C&Ds in September after raising all of this money. She sends C&Ds to the 3 creators, Queen, Clue, Granny. They're shitty done. Granny's attorney, who is already representing her in their ongoing litigation, responds. She still hasn't responded, to my knowledge, to that. Then Queen and Clue don't respond. The next thing we know, she goes down to the court and files for these protection orders on the 2nd of October. She goes and tries to get no contact orders, in North Carolina. It's no contact orders against Clue and her significant other, Cletus. They're both creators. She gets issued the court papers back, denied. She filed an ex parte against Cletus and another process against Clue. They're both denied. But they set up a court date for her to bring in her evidence on the ex parte. She is supposed to show up for court on the 6th. She doesn't go. Then she tells her subs that she is having her attorney handle this, that he's advising her and helping her with all of this. The court date comes because she didn't show. Clue and Cletus hire attorney and representation to show up at court because they're in a completely different state. Their attorney shows up. She's not even present. She was late. Then comes up with this entire story about how she had to take her burner phone back to the car and yada, yada, yada. Her attorney is nowhere there. He never filed anything about representation. He didn't file a notice of appearance on her behalf. He's not in the documents. And then just last week, Craig outed her that she had a DV advocate help her fill out the papers. And so they're blaming it on this DV advocate that did it wrong. So her attorney never helped her. So where all this money right now, her subs have paid over $8,000 for 3 failed C&Ds because the no contact orders didn't cost her a dime. It's fucking insane.
No, not yet.
And there's a whole lot in between that I'm missing, but that's just like a basic summary.
So hold on. All right.
And she has been asking people to go legal on creators such as Granny since April of 2024. She finally gets her group together of all these other dumbasses, Bullhorn Betty, Tony Mathis, the parent of a missing child, Seth Rogers, a dog handler that's a fucking shit show, a TikToker. She gets aligned with them in September of 2024, and they drop this injunction against Granny and Barbecue October 18th, 2024.
Where's it at?
And currently, if that appeal stays, well, whatever happens with the appeal, if the judge's ruling holds, she already has ruled that they owe damages and all attorney's fees in the Pennsylvania case. It's you want to see a legal ass whooping? That judge's ruling is intense. Nick the Hat is one of her co-plaintiffs in Pennsylvania who is an adjudicated fraud. He's been in prison for fraud.
What did I just?
You don't get it to them.
I know.
I'm trying to remember where I said them. I think they're in the kitchen. See, that's why I don't.
It's so hard to like condense it to make it make sense. And I'm missing so much.
Pay me, I'll fucking sue you.
I hadn't talked to my triggered in 2 days.
Oh, what did you say about suing? Craig likes to threaten.
Craig
likes to say he's got lots of money, but then they rely on her subs for everything that they have.
Issue. We got to talk, or I'm taking a trip to where you live. I'm just telling you right now. I'm going to come find you, triggered.
Tell me
He's talking to her mod.
They defame me, I'll fucking sue you.
Tell me they defame me, I'll fucking sue you. Craig, shut up. You small fucking peen finger bang looking freak.
Talked to my triggered in 2 days, a day and a half. Anyway, member for 25 months. She says to 25 more. Oh,
This is basically what her husband looks like.
I hope so. I love you. Thank you for
Boyfriend,
being
whatever
my
he is.
friend and for being a really amazing friend. What you doing, Sandwich? Oh, Julie was talking crap and her hubby said about no.
Listen to this.
Oh, wow. Karma has a magnificent way of. Let me tell you, Julie is the one that has reported me to the Jewish, what is it called?
Nobody else has really been talking about her. I've been giving small updates here and there, Cliff Notes versions of what she's up to, but nobody's really been talking about her. So perfect opportunity. She's going to poke at Julie because Julie is very reactionary. So I'm sure she's looking for a reaction so she can cry the victim again. She baits all the time.
What y'all anti-Semitic? She's reported me to the Jewish institutions for anti-Semitism. She's reported me she's called me an Islamophobe. She's reported me for being she's reported me for being a bigot. She's called me a homophobe. She's played it.
We got enough last week, Marley Crew. I'm in Arizona though, for anybody that's new here. It's our rain last week was wild. I've never seen rain like that, but it's like 75 degrees here right now. It's beautiful.
Clip of another person being well, no, what she is she's a hardcore wanting to impress all of.
Julie didn't even say it. I went and found out the entire story. Julie's husband and his friend were in the kitchen. They were goofing around. They're older Italian guys, again, not making excuses, but just kind of setting the scene. They were talking. Julie was getting trolled. They went in there. Her husband said the F word, Faggot word. Instantly, Julie scolded him. He apologized. Julie apologized. And that was that. Craig, however, Brittany's other half, has had channels removed for use of slurs like that. And it's a repetitive thing over there.
The hate channels. And so she's been attacking me for months. And so I guess today her hubby said a homophobic slur. Was it the F word?
Look at how excited she is.
Girl. Bad. Maybe you and let me tell you something else, Julie.
You know what the difference is between Craig and Al? Al apologized, and it's not a all the time use.
Julie did a video condemning Christina. She did a video condemning Christina, saying that it was horrible what happened to Lauren. Julie, you need to go wake up. If you think what's horrible is happening to Lauren, you are worse than Christina. You're worse than her. That's crazy, though. I find that very interesting. I'm not surprised.
All of them trashing and saying the things and just like show that for like an
Yeah, Julie don't care about what she claims. She's just trying to fit in, y'all. I mean, it's been beyond obvious. Spicy Housewife has been a member for 25 months. Love you, sweetheart. Messaged you about my wreck, by the way. Oh,
right up.
Spicy, I will message you back tonight. I'm glad you're okay. I love you. I'm sorry that happened. I hope the baby.
She perked right the fuck up.
What am I going to do with you, Sam? I can't take you nowhere.
What's this? I want to hear a response to this.
Craig.
Whoa.
Way you are, but I'm totally not against tattoos. I've seen some.
Like a low, society scum.
I've seen some men and women with sleeves that were very attractive.
Did this motherfucker say,
Yankee Kyle?
I think I need to show my tattoos. This is the motherfucker Craig was wanting her subs to pay for his tongue to get split in his tattoos. What is going on?
How are you? Hey, just the RN. Damn, Britt. You okay with Botox but not tats? What? No, I like tattoos. I just don't want none.
Right.
I think tattoos are attractive on certain people.
A lot of her mods are real life goers. I mean, how many more times can we see Sinner admitted to calling Queen Bee's mayor? She don't give a shit. She surrounds herself with people that do this shit. She knows exactly what she's doing.
But I love y'all, but stop putting tattoos on your damn faces. I don't.
Oh,
I think that is awful. I think your face is meant to be, as blemishless as possible, and you are beautiful.
I think it's trashy, to be honest.
Just the way you are, but I'm totally not up against tattoos. I've seen some
like a low, society scum.
I've seen some men and women with sleeves that were very attractive. It's how you do it.
I've never seen a girl with tattoos that I thought was attractive.
Kat Von D?
No.
I thought she was gorgeous.
Something's wrong with you.
I thought she was gorgeous.
She looks like the crack whore.
Craig, that's awful. That's awful.
She's over there stringing
No, stop.
She has to mute him all the time because he just talks shit. Poor Craigie gets muted.
On a makeup kick lately, so
we're gonna fast forward a little bit.
Rather than a filler, does that last longer? That's my question.
She needs her subs.
Your lips won't look like you suck. Don't like. I cannot.
At least think about it.
She said your lips won't look like you sucked on a butthole. Oh my God. That's good. That is just too good. Emily D. Baker is beautiful, by the way. Yeah, her lips are great. I'm so sorry. That was funny. Willow. Okay, let me get back to Willow real quick. I've hurt with my words. I unsub from all of Jay's channels. Okay. Willows. First of all, let me tell you how incredibly whether this matters to you or not, because I definitely need to work on myself too. Trust me, we all, I've been feeling that way too. But let me just first tell you that I'm incredibly proud of you, that you are being so mature and taking that step to, self-reflect, because that's not an easy thing for any of us to do. That's actually a really hard thing for us, for any of us, to actually take a step back and check ourselves and go through all of the things that we need to work on and where we, are slacking. So the fact that you are doing that, for one, I commend you. And then you just went a step further and you verbally admitted that.
Oh my God. I am like so irritated with this whole thing. She is so pathetic. Oh, the TED Talks. Blech.
Several people. That's another brave thing for you to do. But let me just tell you, I don't have any ill feelings towards you. I don't have any hurt towards you whatsoever. I don't hold grudges. In my opinion, you've never done anything to me that, is so bad that I'm not willing to forgive. And yeah, I think I appreciate your apology and it's absolutely accepted.
I told you I have shirts for like every situation. I am tattooed and proud.
But just please know that I don't harbor any ill or negative feelings towards you whatsoever. And I'm glad you're here. So I commend you for that. And I hope that you saying that will make other people, including myself, want to do better and try to improve. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, like watching all of this stuff happening with Lauren, having these lives with you guys and talking about it, it is making me reflect on things, and
reflecting.
I don't ever want to be somebody to push another person.
I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. It's caused me to reflect a whole lot, you guys. I spend a lot of time in front of the fucking mirror saying, I do not want to be like them. I do not want to stand for shit because I need to play all sides of the field because I need to make money off of whatever benefits me.
To the level of, their mental health slips, or
Jenny.
any depression of any kind.
Welcome in, Jenny. We are the assholes of YouTube. That's what we are. Well, actually, I'm the asshole. They're just a bunch of really good people that hang out over here that have a lot of common sense. And we just kind of say what we think and don't really sugarcoat it. But a lot of good people around these parts. A lot of them.
So
thanks for
thank you so much, Willow. Willow says her doing bingo is her way of trying to normalize bullying. This is not acceptable. No, it's not. I agree with that. And seeing, which we're about to get to, watching Duty Ron's stream last night, like I said, y'all,
I'm a seahorse. My testicular fortitude might scare that little peen man.
If it's people take heed to things better when it comes from certain people. You know, people might not listen to me.
Listen to this shit. Looky here, looky. Basically what she's saying is Lauren might be able to bring attention and I might be able to ride this wave because Lauren's got almost, 325,000 subs. So people might listen to her because they don't listen to me because I've been proven to be a liar and target people over and over again. Yo, Brittany, if you think Lauren's going to take up for you in any way, shape, or form, or let you ride this wave, you would do nothing but damage to her current little victimhood that she's seeking to, especially with how much you've weaponized the court system. And if you think Duty Ron and Ed don't know who you are, first of all, you forget that Duty Ron has called out your co-plaintiff, BHB. So you might want to simmer on back there a little bit.
As well as they would someone like Duty Ron who has that, Ed Wallace and Duty Ron who have that experience, right? That they're educated in law. So and to hear somebody outside of our own community, because I really do, even myself, I agree.
Okay, obviously they're not educated in the law because they only have their perspective from the states that they worked in, and laws change from place to place. And they also didn't do their research. Carry on.
With Pink, I don't think we're massively desensitized, the ones of us that call things out, but I do believe to a degree we are. And
wait a second. The ones of us that call things out, since when has BJ ever called things out?
I had to check myself.
When has she ever checked herself? What is this fake facade that she was doing last night on her true crime channel? Again, she's hoping to ride the I stand with Lauren wave while playing the other side of it.
Watching and researching this information into Lauren, because I've even found myself saying, well, that's not horrible. And then I have to catch myself and say, well, who am I to say that's not horrible? What might not bother me, or what my experience is very different from hers. You know what I mean?
Maybe I would hope that they're not going around and striking people. I mean, I don't agree with that. I used as live stream too. But I would really hope that they're not. They wanted people to talk about it. We can talk about it. I just wish Duty Ron and Ed would have done their research fully and understood that they are helping to bolster this. She's a stalker without verifiable proof, and that's dangerous in these arenas.
It just doesn't seem some of the things.
Duty Ron and Ed know better. And again, they can be friends and feel bad for their friend, but their friend is overstepping and weaponizing our court systems.
Don't seem so bad to me because we see it every day over here, which tells me that we all need to check ourselves and realize, like, this is not acceptable at all. None of it. Talking trash about somebody online, that's one. If you keeping it online, there's always going to be drama. Okay. I think everybody to a degree likes a little bit of drama. The problem is when that drama crosses over into people's real lives, people's children, people's family members are being affected by it. People's mental health is being affected. Like, it's time to draw the line. Thank you so much, East Coast, for becoming a member, of being a member.
I mean, as long as you keep it within those guidelines, it's all sportsmanship. But as soon as you kick me in the nuts, now it's dirty. You know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, got a secret?
And these people have no moral.
I see you. Yeah,
They
exactly.
don't care about your children,
Nothing.
your livelihood. They don't care about anything.
No. Hot Mess has been, look at you. Welcome, Hot Mess. Thank you for becoming a member.
Sad to say it, and they're all women.
Well, no, that's not true. There actually is a lot of men that's taking part in this. You'd be surprised. It's crazy. On that side. On that side there are, but not very many over here. Crime Watcher says, I stand with Lauren and Duty Ron, and he is my guy. We are friends in real life. Are you, Crime?
This whole fucking I stand with shit drives me nuts.
Crime Watcher. Okay.
It's all about gaining subs, though.
Hey, East Coast. Summer Dog.
I don't stand at all. I'm sitting on my ass.
Just to Arian. Brenda Sue, thank you so much, Hot Mess, for becoming a member. Guys, thank y'all for supporting the channel. Boston says, yes, that's exactly how I feel. I was a bit harsh at first about Lauren because I admit I was comparing it to you. That wasn't for me. Yes, that's kind of where I'm at, Boston, right? Like, I think we're desensitized. Y'all. All right. So thank you. Hey, Jersey. I'm excited to hear we're about to get to it. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. We got 356 people here. If you don't mind, take a second, click that thumbs up. Can we fill our goal tonight? Maybe not. Maybe I'm asking too much. Can we? I don't know. Let's see. Hopefully that we can get some on our goal. And to the people that have become members, thank you so much. Hey, Julie Wessner. I appreciate every one of you guys for your support and all the things that you do. All right, let me grab Duty Runs Live, and we're going to pick this apart. And I will drop his link in the description box of this video as well for those of you that are watching the replay. All right, hold on 1 minute. Hold, please. Is Reality here tonight? I don't see her. Good evening. All right, here we go, guys. I'm going to share Duty Ron's link in my chat. Please keep in mind that this is fair use. We are using this for the purposes of education.
This bitch.
In commentary.
Education, right.
Please be kind to everyone everywhere.
Oh, gonna sound like Christina Randall again.
That's Amanda Meadows. Well, y'all still make sure that y'all sub up to her too. Hold on a minute.
I didn't. Even hold on.
Not sure why Duty Ron's. There it goes. Okay.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to another edition of Crime Time with Duty Ron and Ed Wallace.
Ed Wallace is my favorite. I like Duty Ron too. But Ed Wallace is my favorite. I love how Ed he is straight to the point. He pulls no punches. All right, go sub up. Man. I stand with Lauren. I'm gonna say it now. I don't care if that pisses people off. I think that what she's going through is completely unfair. Taunting alone, aside from the real life stuff, holding imagine someone taking messages that you had for 6 years and holding them over your head. And I've got some mods in here tonight, and there's some people that have been with me for a long time. Y'all tell me if we cannot relate to this. Lauren said,
I mean, that's why I don't let nobody in my inner circle at all anymore.
Yes,
I learned that a long time ago in my fucking 20s.
Yeah.
I don't know why you ladies are still learning it so late.
Happy holidays. Thank you so much for the super chat. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, my love. I love you. I appreciate you. She says, choo, choo. Happy holidays. Throwing a gem at our goal. I appreciate it. Happy holidays. I cannot do this without you guys. Y'all don't understand. Yes, he does. Y'all make it possible for us. And I appreciate that so very much. Truly, I do. Grammy of 8. Good to see you, sweet lady. Hey, Daisy Duke. Spicy Laura W. Happy holidays. I love you. Thank you so much. Petty Kitty. Good to see you.
Sorry, the little one was just walking by as she was taking the trash out. She's on the phone.
You get that stuck in my head every time. It is a funny song. All right. Thank you. Happy holidays. I love you. I appreciate it.
Oh, Joey.
All right. Tell me if this does not sound familiar to y'all before I start playing this. Lauren explains that
speeding it up.
She fired one contractor, another quit. And then I think another, I don't know, there was a couple of them that quit, a couple that were fired or whatever. All of these ladies came together and started comparing notes, and they kind of like put their messages together. And, I guess where Lauren had talked about people because I mean, come on, we all have been guilty of that. Lauren had said some things about people behind their back that wasn't nice. And these girls began to call.
Let me tell you something, and most of you know this to be true. For creators or even subs, when you end friendships, there are so many people that weaponize that term or your relationship with them during that time. I have had people on here call out to others to expose me because I no longer want nothing to do with them, to release or send them all of my messages, like petty fucking shit like that. Fucking grown ass adults do that shit. I've never reached out to anybody and said, send me everything that this person ever said to you. It's fucking weird. If I don't want something to do with you, I don't want nothing to do with you. I ain't investing time in collecting that shit.
Ex-friends of Lauren, and it
happened.
Added people to their group. They basically built a little army, a miniature army.
Welcome to the internet and people that cannot manage adult relationships, let alone any relationships usually.
Of ex-friends. And these ex-friends all put their messages together. Does that sound familiar? How familiar does that sound to you guys? Because
for mods, absolutely. BJ's mods have absolutely compared notes over the years. 100%, because they were lied to. So one group was told one set of stories and then the other group. That happens.
I got to tell you, I was having some deja vu when I was like, that is identical to the shit.
Isn't that ironic? The very person that did it to Granny, she became best buddies with after Granny and her, and then cried when it was done to her.
That I've been putting up with for at least 2 years, where people will leave and they'll go together. As soon as one person leaves, they'll go into the arms of a group of my other ex-mods, and then they all compare and contrast, and then, oh my God, it's crazy. Very, Trigger said, very familiar. All right,
He's lost almost 200 mods in 3 years. It's a lot.
Here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and go through this. I'm going to put it on 1.25, just kind of.
I'm going to speed it up to the end. I'm not going to watch the beginning of this or the middle of this. I am going to go to the end, though, because this is where it gets real fucking interesting, because here she is.
Wait a minute. Almost got it.
She's playing a video from one of her mods.
The open file.
Actually, hold on. There is one spot in here. Let me find that one right quick. Oh.
Julie, those people will do the absolute most so that,
fit in.
The creators that they, want to so badly be liked. Mallory is willing to, sell out and give everything over to nonsense.
Where's the proof of that? Where's the proof that Mallory's never sent me everything or sold anything out and gave me everything? Where's the proof of this? She just makes wild allegations. That has never happened, and she knows that.
I mean,
if that's the case, I just sat on it, never released any of it. She's so afraid. What does Mal have that she's so fucking afraid of? Because she's afraid of something. All right, let's go here. So she's going to talk shit about Julie, but the end of this Sinner video has...
Oh, please. I know it.
Bitching about people sharing private messages. Look at this.
I'm having to be very cautious in what I do because I've made so many careless mistakes in the past. I'm doing this the right way, but here we go. Here we go. Can y'all see that? Look at our chit stickers.
Yep. Oh, they're just her chit stickers. You remember the time, I just had to point it out. I had to use this to point it out. Do you remember the time that she told the internet that she was going to release her entire mod chat that they were going through and going to release her entire mod chat? That never happened. This is the shit she releases all the time. It's stupid little shit like this. She's got like 7 different chats.
Yep.
Anyways.
And
when is that going to happen? That's like 6 months.
Okay, so
that you said that you were going to remove or show your entire mod chat. Okay.
Al is still my hero. Green, of course, we shouldn't be surprised, right?
This is the part that interests me. We do.
Right. Thank you, Kentucky. Okay. How about not throwing stones in your glass house? At least Kentucky Lie told her. Everybody else is saying, don't apologize. It's okay. Like I said, she'll get a pass while her ass is over there trying to, have my channel taken.
What else is supposed to be done? They already apologized for it. I don't go over there anyways.
I mean, come on now. How is she 63 and 87 at the same time? She spent the whole.
She's poking at Julie though, because nobody else is really paying her attention, and she knows that Julie will react because she's very reactionary.
Video defending and setting a.
And then she'll be like, "Oh, she threatened me." That's exactly what she's doing.
That's the right, exactly, Marley. I cannot like. But should we be surprised, y'all? Look who it is. My God, that they'll give a pass. I'm not gonna play it, Sophie, and get a strike for that crap or get in trouble for that.
Where did that come from, Bex? How do we know that?
I want it on my channel where she, you know what I mean? I'm good. But I want to also show y'all where she condemns Christine.
Yeah.
Lauren of Hidden True Crime stalking case. Alleged stalker of Lauren Mathias. She thinks she's wrong. So Julie, hold on. So Julie thinks that Christine is wrong, you guys. Julie thinks that the alleged stalker of Lauren's is wrong and is foul. Can anybody and all the people in the chat are agreeing with her. I stand with Lauren. Do y'all stand with Clue and Granny and all the rest of them too? Because
she did. Hold on, Bex. I'll look.
Interesting. Do these people not know what? Jesus, I can't. Do these people not know that they're condemning what they do? I'm not sure. What you mean, just Arian, where she said the F word? He said the F bomb. Hey, look at that. Look at that grandma. Look at that grandma coming in my chat. In your 60s. You are in your 60s. And you can't move on. Look at you. Here is a face of what not to be growing up, y'all. When you get older, this is everything that you don't want to be, and then some. This thing right here, this scum of the earth in my chat right now, is the epitome of trash. She's a trash bag. She's a trash bag grandma.
Hold on. We're gonna go back 341. Hold on.
We're nervous about the camera. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
When mine and Craig's phone both goes off, because it'll say person spot and you're like, what the hell, a person?
Question: what is it with the freaking spiders this year?
I don't know, but I stepped on one earlier.
They're like the size of my hand. Building old big webs out here off of the porch. Man.
So I just got an email. We are contacting you on behalf of the Duty Ron YouTube channel, which features Duty. Listen to this.
Oh, come on now. Fair use. We were doing fair use. She stopped it multiple times. We put the link in there. Come on now.
They done reached out to Duty Ron. Sarah, dutyronfiend@gmail.com.
How many people have covered that today? I've seen several channels cover. Because it's you, Britt.
Wow. Okay, I'm just curious if he's watched because we've used it, but I don't know how this is not fair use though, because I have literally stopped it all the way.
And we did commentary
the entire way. Let me read it to y'all. Every time I use anybody's content, these haters are going to reach out to the people. It's like I hope somebody can let Duty Ron know that the people reaching out to him are doing the exact same things to Lauren that's happening. They're doing exactly what those people that are attacking Lauren. They're doing that to me.
Even you could respond saying the same thing.
We are contacting you on behalf of the Duty Ron. Somebody named Sarah. We are dear allegedly Brittany J YouTube channel. We are contacting you on behalf of the Duty Ron YouTube channel, which features Duty Ron and Ed Wallace. It has come to our attention that full or substantial portions of Duty Ron's live streams and video content have been reposted or reused on your channel without clear, transformative purposes, commentary, or compliance with YouTube fair use policy. That's not true. We've commentated over it the entire time.
Just email him back and say, sir, with all due respect, this is also happening. I mean, you can go into what you need to say, but along those lines.
Try to manipulate him because it's happening to you. Whatever.
No, you kept stopping.
So this says, please understand that YouTube's fair use terms of service allow the limited use of copyrighted material only when it adds new meaning. Commentary, we've used commentary the entire time.
For educational purposes.
Analysis,
also.
Criticism, education, or parody in a way that transforms the original work. Simply re-uploading, mirroring, or playing full broadcast even
No.
with minor edits, does not qualify as fair use.
That's
Under YouTube's guidelines, using another creator's entire stream or large unaltered segments without transformation is considered unauthorized reuse of copyrighted content. Such actions can result in copyright claims or strikes, which may impact your channel's standing. We kindly request that you review and ensure that all content referencing or using Duty Ron's material fully complies with YouTube's fair use principles. If your videos do not clearly fall under fair use, we ask that you remove or significantly revise the material.
Send it to Chet.
Go ahead.
Chet said send it over to them.
Okay.
And I think guilty of a crime is also going to contact.
I mean, every single time.
Oh, now all of these other creators are going to contact Duty Ron on her behalf. Oh, great. Really?
I use anybody's. This is what they do.
This is what who does.
Such actions can result in copyright claims or strikes, which may impact your channel's standing. We kindly request that you review and ensure that all content referencing or using Duty Ron's material fully complies with YouTube's fair use principles. If your videos do not clearly fall under fair use, we ask that you remove or significantly revise the material.
Send it to Chet.
Right.
Chet says send it over to them.
Okay.
And I think guilty of a crime is also good.
I'm assuming this is just like his producer or something who watches to see if it's fair use. I'm assuming that as long as you fair use it, they don't have a problem. She usually sleeps through her reviews, so who knows?
I mean, every single time I use anybody's, this is what they do.
I've never heard anybody do this or her mention it.
Every time.
Every time. Because you've stopped it. We've talked about it. We've said educational. We put the link.
I mean, I'm over here minding my own.
He was kissing Duty Ron's ass.
Business.
We agree.
Trying to go on about my content, and these people are doing everything they can to you know what I mean?
And I've never seen him.
Michelle, make sure if it's the LDS missionaries, you call the cops like Brittany did. I'm just joking. Please do not call the cops on missionaries. I'm not suggesting that. Brittany, however, did call the cops on missionaries.
Do that either, PJ.
I've had Duty Ron reach out about his channel before. He directly reached out to me and he said he didn't mind me using his content, but it was common courtesy to put his channel link in my description.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Yes, and I did, which I need to do that here too.
If they choose to pay for that, I think they can get the copyright ID.
You did. Carolina.
I don't know. I used Duty Ron's stream and never got an email from Duty Ron or his team.
Was putting the
that I transform to and give a lot of commentary.
Information. The link.
I would never disrespect.
You see Center's comment? I believe Center. I believe that.
Well, I told y'all I got an email similar to that from quote unquote a person from Law and Crime, right? Like when I use Law and Crime stuff.
Oh, she did? I didn't know about that.
Right. Maybe somebody's got a template and they're just adding a header in there of said channel.
She sleeps through Law and Crime's segments all the time.
Well, that particular one from Law and Crime, it wasn't even a Law and Crime contact. Like somebody just emailed me and said that's not Duty Ron. But I mean, I don't. Duty Ron is known for not wanting his stuff shared. However, yeah, I know that, but I don't know. Send it to your attorney, Chip. Okay.
Send it. What attorney? Her attorney that doesn't show up? Her attorney that sent 3 CDs?
All right, let me see.
You want her attorney to send him a C&D?
I'm going to put his link in my description.
And Center posted his link also.
Yeah.
Center said it was on his Charlie channel, cousin Charlie.
Damn it. Or
Remember when Betty threatened him with that? That's not going to handle very well either.
No, she was fast forwarding through it too. So
yeah, we know, like, and not only that, like we played a little bit and then we'd stop and talk throughout the whole thing. Never once was there, like, you know, just sitting there letting it throughout the whole thing. I don't know, maybe a couple times I probably did let it play too long.
Oh my God.
I don't know, but this is the problem. You don't know because these people try to, you know, crimp you every which way they can.
She is,
you know,
on it.
Distract you.
They just try to stop you every way they can.
Yep.
They're reaching out to YouTube about my Sebastian content last night with a channel that's got a freaking X account that's using my mom's name. Imagine.
No,
imagine.
That wasn't behind the paywall. That was on Duty Ron's. That was his regular channel.
Imagine stalking somebody and cyber harassing them and posting like pictures of their houses and shit like that, and my kids, and then tagging Team YouTube about terms of service.
Ma'am, I hate to say this to you, but you post pictures of parents of missing children's houses and have done entire walkthroughs. Again, I'm not with it. I'm not for that shit. You actually tried to blame me for bringing Brandywine. I've never posted your home, never posted pictures of your kids. I don't know if Brandywine, Brandy, are you still in here? Have you ever posted a picture of the kids? I don't know if you have or not. But you, Brandywine, to my knowledge, has never gotten a C&D. Brandywine, am I correct in that statement? You've never gotten a C&D. You've never gotten an injunction filed against you. Everybody's been blamed for being you. And at the same time, BJ, you want to bitch about your home, the front of your home, your property being shown. You've done entire walkthroughs of the inside of parents of missing children's homes repeatedly. Sorry, I just don't really give a fuck. You used that Granny showed your property as the excuse for you being a part of this injunction when it was the ditch. Not your house, not your property, the road and the ditch, because your other half ripped out a memorial for a tragedy out of your ditch.
And you've always followed the fair use, Brittany, always.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not behind a paywall. Must have got lost.
Brandy, have you ever?
No, it's public.
Yeah,
Let me double check. I don't think so. Let me double check because I didn't realize that.
My knowledge, Brandy has never gotten a C&D. She claims all of these people have done stuff to her. They're doing these terrible things. But again, I don't think Brandy's ever gotten a C&D or an injunction filed on her. And I think everybody on the internet's still being blamed for being Brandywine.
The live I used on
I've never seen pics of her kids
Suits
either.
was a paywall live until she called it out. No, it's not behind a paywall.
I couldn't tell you. That's okay.
There's a preview that,
and then she owned it, right? She said that you just posted the front of the picture and then she directed everybody to your ex. Isn't that correct? That happened when I was in Florida.
Behind a paywall, but not the actual.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if he, I mean, I guess I could reach out to Duty Ron, and try to.
Yep, Dark Horse.
Try to see. I don't know. Whatever it.
She just likes to fucking mix a bunch of shit together and put it on this person or that person, and then blame this person for being that person. It's a fucking mess.
I mean,
but this is where she gets real escalated coming up.
I was, speaking highly of them and.
But I was being nice about them. I need them to pay attention to my story.
Wanting to spread his message because what they were saying is, I mean.
That's why, because we're trying to keep it out there. This is important. Instead,
shut up, pillow biter.
Education.
Yeah. Chicken and waffles.
Nope, never said.
Wait a minute. Did you say it was on my cousin Charlie's?
Of course she did it. Pointer lover. Of course she did it. And it makes me believe that she was likely the reason for them showing up, that she likely confirmed the appointment on her own, and that's why she never followed through with it.
Let me see what Center said. Hey, KC22. Yeah, having a huge red flag with YouTube themselves. Right, exactly.
And again,
Yes, it's on Cousin Charlie.
Please don't take it that I'm saying Brandywine should get a C&D or an injunction, but she claims that Brandy has done all of these things. She's claimed that so many of us are the Brandywine account. And meanwhile, she is sending C&Ds. She got this attorney to do all these things, and Dark Horse never got anything either. And she claimed her cops told her that Dark Horse was a stalker.
Okay. Okay.
He said he sent it.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
And then she goes into playing her mod, who is a real lifer.
I ate a Kit Kat now. I wished I wouldn't have. Makes me feel weird.
Makes you feel like nodding out.
That's what I was eating like an hour ago.
Yeah, Kit Kats don't.
A Kit Kat?
Uh-huh.
All right, the one from 4 hours ago, Center. Cousin Charlie's 4 hours ago. Okay.
We're going to fast forward it.
Right. Thank you, Kentucky. How about not throwing stones in your glass house? At least Kentucky Live told her. Everybody else is saying don't apologize. It's so okay. Bad. Like I said, she'll get a pass while her ass is over there trying to, have my channel taken. I mean, come on now.
Randy.
How is she 63 and 87 at the same time?
My God.
She spent the whole video defending and said,
I wonder who Brandywine's going to be next. That's probably the next story. Who's Brandywine?
A sad story.
Brandy's like, I'm Brandywine.
Right, exactly, Marley. I cannot. But should we be surprised, y'all? Look who it is. My God. They'll give a pass.
Not back to the stolen fucking hair again. Jesus.
I'm not going to play it, Sophie, and get a strike for that crap or get in trouble for that.
Look at this.
I don't want it on my channel where you know what I mean? I'm good. But I want to also show y'all where she condemns Christine.
Who's Christine?
Lauren of Hidden True Crime stalking case. Alleged stalker of Lauren Mathias. She thinks she's wrong.
Who's Christine? Christina? Are you there? Night time?
So Julie, hold on. So Julie thinks that Christine is wrong, you guys.
Who's Christine? She just made a whole new fucking name.
Julie thinks that the alleged stalker of Lauren's is wrong and is foul. Can anybody
her TikTok's under Christina.
And all the people in the chat are agreeing with her. I stand with Lauren. Do y'all stand with Clue and Granny and all the rest of them too? Because
sure do.
Interesting.
She's pissed at her own subs. Who's she pissed at?
Do these people not know what? Jesus, I can't. Do these people not know that they're condemning what they do? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't fuck with Julie.
What you mean, just the RN where she said the F? What he said the F bomb? Hey,
here goes the. Listen to her.
Look at that. Look at that grandma. Look at that grandma coming in my chat. In your 60s. You are in your 60s and you can't move on. Look at you. Here is a face of what not to be growing up, y'all. When you get older, this is everything that you.
First of all, the words she used are your own child's words that we heard publicly.
You don't want to be.
And your other half, why don't you address the words that she's saying instead of just go on the.
Then some. This thing right here, this
thing, Brandy is a thing.
Scum of the earth in my chat right now is the epitome of trash. She's a trash bag. She's a trash bag grandma.
You're a trash bag too.
Who has nothing better to do than to try to show little children's photos. You're a creeper. You're a predator. You know that? Predators creep on little kids' photos and share them on social media. You freaking weirdo. That's what you are. You're a predator, Brandy. That's the perfect name for you. A stalker predator. You are subhuman, just like.
But what happened to this energy?
No. Saying that to the individual is going to exhibit extreme anxiety, panic, fear, frustration. Even Kristen, I'm not going to call her the stalker because I don't like that. But
what happened to that? Carry on.
Just like Duty Ron said, you're a subhuman predator.
Yikes, not using Duty Ron to call people subhuman predators, are we? Yikes, especially after you got an email from him. Oof.
A subhuman predator grandma.
I don't think Duty Ron called Brandywine a subhuman predator.
Imagine being in your 60s and acting like this.
How do you know how old she is? You don't even know who she is. You blamed all of us for being her.
Human grandma. I wouldn't waste the money it took to file a paper on your stupid ass.
Again, she complains and says people are going real life and doing all this stuff. She just accused Brandy of doing all these things, but now she's not going to waste the money. So what did you waste the other $8,000 on? Your sub should be asking.
You just want attention.
Oh.
I'm going to let you wither in oblivion because you're irrelevant, trash bag.
Irrelevant? You say she's irrelevant, but yet you claim she's doing all of these heinous things to your family.
I wouldn't spend $1. I wouldn't spend $1 to send you a paper.
$1 of your subs money? Where's the other $8,000 that you've already gotten that your attorney hasn't done anything? And why wouldn't you stop somebody if they were doing all these heinous things to your family?
You are psycho. You would love that. You would love that. Only some weird trash bag would want to have some paper because that's the.
Brandy, we must be getting close to being twins. I'm a trash bag. I'm a pick me. She wouldn't waste money. We're getting up there. Of course, shit, I've been you before, according to her. Or some random fucking account that only popped up one time.
The only way you can get attention. That's what you can't actually get a channel and do something to make a name for yourself. You got to go on YouTube, or you got to go on X and share little photos of kids. Fucking predator. You're a predator. You're a trash bag predator.
Oof. Yikes.
What if people shared your grandkid photos?
Yeah.
How would you feel?
Look who comes in your chat.
She's in her 60s, y'all.
Clues,
Look
Mom.
at she's in your chat.
And here comes Crama Reels.
Here they come.
Oh, yeah. Guess what? I'm not going to get in trouble for saying that. I'm speaking truth. Keep showing my kids' photos, predator.
Yikes.
We're not harassing you.
Get out of my chat, Crama Reels. Freaking weirdo. Hey, I want y'all to pay attention. They just came in here together. That tells you something.
Oh my God, it tells you something.
Right.
Something.
Right.
Are y'all the same person?
So what?
Oh, here we go. Now Crama Reels is going to be Brandywine. Jeez Louise.
Non-mother and piece of shit. Bitch, you don't bother me at all. I laugh at you. See, here's the difference between me and you. I don't have to spend my days stalking people. I don't stalk. I don't look up other people's children. Predator.
Wow, listen to her. She's like slurring.
Nope.
I don't look up other people's children. You prey on
Yeah. But your mods do?
my family. What I'm saying to you is not defamation. It's fact. You
there's her favorite word, defamation.
Prey on myself, my husband, my kids, my family. You're a fucking predator, bro.
They need to stop. Need to stop.
Shut up, pillow biter.
A wonky-eyed predator.
A wonky-eyed predator. She doesn't know who you are. How does she know what your eyes are? Did you steal someone's eyeballs too, along with their hair?
There, you got your attention, Grandma. Go ahead and go now. Go share more photos. Freaking
Wow,
weirdo.
it's just like, what the hell is she
absolutely
doing?
disgusted. She's a trash bag. She's a subhuman. Who shares photos of people's kids?
Where are
She
these?
does. Y'all need to be careful. That's that one right there. She'll prey on your family and take your pictures and share them.
Duty Ron is the one who spoke about somebody like that.
Keep telling on yourself. Pay attention now. Pay attention to these names. Seems to me your drug addict mother raised up. Okay, bitch, you ain't hurting me. You're not hurting me at all. But I thank you for showing me who you are. Pay attention now. Pay attention. Come back under your real name and stop being a coward.
I told you she was going to escalate again because she wasn't getting the attention that she wanted.
Why don't you show everybody?
She doesn't have victimhood, and her subs forget. Well, I'm sure they don't forget. Their pocketbooks don't. That they just gave her $8,000, and here she is doing this back and forth.
Who you really are talking about somebody's deceased mother. See,
It
I'm
is
here
showing
under
you.
my name. I
It
don't
is
have
showing.
shit to hide. Let's see who you are. You won't do it, coward.
Yeah.
Coward.
Listen to her.
The harassing again.
Proven
Last
the
night.
harassment. Exactly.
This is last night.
Proven it perfectly.
How are they proving anything?
Over here in my own.
She's over here saying, I'm not sending you paperwork. I'm not shutting this down. Nothing. She's instigating, like she is absolutely pushing and instigating more shit.
Lane, minding my own business, and there they come. Trash bags. Trash bags. Trash bag cowards. That's what they are. Crime Reels, you're a stalker, bro.
Now, Chroma Reels is a stalker.
You're an absolute stalker. Don't email me again with your fake self. Crime Reels likes to try to play both sides. She's a stalker. You all are going to have to come up with better insults than that if you're trying to piss somebody off. You're exactly what Britt is telling you you are. Admit it. Exactly, Ivy League.
Oh, we got clapping even.
Exactly. Trash bag stalkers.
I'm telling you.
Who post photos of little children and people's properties. A fucking grandma. Imagine if how would you feel if somebody did that to your grandkids? You dumbass. See, that's the difference between me and you, though. I would never do that. Because I have morals and boundaries.
I don't go in her chat at all. I did that a couple times and got the similar reaction. And I was like, fuck that. I got nothing to say.
Drug addict? Really? That's all you got? God. Lame. None of them can come up with their own stuff.
How is everybody unblocked again is my question.
All have to just mimic each other like a bunch of little mockingbirds. They won't jump flips. They will never do that. But I'm telling y'all, all you got to do is pay attention. It's called a pattern. Pay close attention. They run together. Look how one after another come in.
People hate watch you. It's been a thing.
Look at that. Grandma Brandywine, you need to get another name, by the way. You can't even come up with your own name. You got to steal one of my subscribers' names. She comes in, and then
what if it is your sub?
Immediately behind her, there comes Chroma Squeals, and then behind her, there comes Hell of Alive. Thank you for telling us who you are, bro.
What is this? What happened?
I'm saying your audio is cracking.
Probably not just me. Probably not. Would you let them see your kids? Shit. I wouldn't want people like that around my kids.
Okay. So be right back. Oh, they just keep showing who you really are.
No, you're crackling.
You sound fine to me.
Shit. Bingo Bones Brandy. Talking about, I hope your attorney hears this. Okay. What? Me telling the truth?
What attorney?
She goes and she stalks my family, finds photos of them, shares them. She literally preys on my family. She's a predator, bro.
Yikes, BJ. Yikes.
Predator. There's no other words to describe it. You think so, Tony? I don't know. Old ass. If you seek out underage children to illegally possess pictures of an attempt to weaponize them, you are a predator, bro. Yes.
What happened to her?
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it out because it's breaking up. Look, the demons came and the stream starts cracking.
Your demons arrived? Yeah, we can tell.
Exactly. So
crazy.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and end it out. I might come back.
Peace.
All right. Love you guys.
Woo! What was that? The demons did arrive. That's for freaking sure. What was that shit? She was feeling herself, trying to compare her situation, trying to make her situation worse than Lauren's. She was so excited using Duty Ron and Ed to try and mock and mimic all of us and everything like that. And this is the woman who sits here and says that she's being stalked, harassed worse than anybody else on the internet. BJ, your situation is nowhere even remotely the same as Lauren's. Even though I think Lauren's is bullshit, she had contracts with employee stuff. They know each other in real life. There's a whole different situation with her relationship there. But for you to even try to compare it continually or use it to benefit yourself is disgusting. It's never going to land. And I'm going to continue to point out problems with all of it. Lauren's story and yours, they're nothing alike. Except for the fact, well, there's things about them that are alike. The manipulation, the emotional manipulation. The storylines are different. The ways that they are maneuvering is very similar. The manipulation tactics, the emotional manipulation, the chaos, those things are very similar. But at a baseline, what Lauren is claiming stems from real life relationships that have an online presence too. BJ has never had anybody even remotely face-to-face with her. These aren't employee contracts. There's nothing. So they differ significantly, but the emotional manipulation pieces of it and the lying and the production of it all is similar. One's polished in her art of manipulation, and the other one is this. Crazy. Absolutely wildly crazy. Yeah. Yep. You guys understand what I'm saying. They're similar, but they're different. But BJ continues to try and make it out that Hers is worse than everybody else. Ugh. I just couldn't believe that when I heard that last night. I was like, wow. She don't want to use the word stalker, but predator she got real comfortable with. Anywho, all right, I'm out of here. I hope you guys have a wonderful, perfectly imperfect. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. I am out of here for the night. I'm going to go pick up the man from the airport. I will probably see you tomorrow. Yeah, we got a lot to go through. There's so many things to go through and talk about with all of this. And it just keeps getting crazier and crazier. I don't know. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, Bex, it was. Absolutely. It was one of those, hey, look over here. Nobody's paying attention to me. Oh, I'm sorry you aren't feeling good. Thank you, Never Say Never. I'm so excited to get him from the airport. I know. Time to get Big Wrench from the airport. I know. I'm super excited. Oh, there is a whole situation going on there. No, I'm not. He's too chaotic. Thank you, Hatter's Madness. Oh, I need to do that. I need to do the next segment of We Do Not Care. Oh my gosh, Bobby, he's going to lose his mind. He's going to be so excited. Thank you, Lauren. All right, you guys. I will see you soon. I don't know if I'll see you tomorrow, depending on what Kyle's got going on. It might be Thursday before I see you again. But if I don't see you soon, behave. Who's live? Let me see who's live right quick. Who can I ship you guys over to? Let's see. Who's on live? Anybody? Who is on? Earth? Is Earth on? She is. Okay, sending you over there. Give me 1 second. Let me find my... Looks like she's doing a compare and contrast of BJ and Lauren. They're different, but there are similarities too. Okay, there you go. All right. Oh, it looks like Queen's on too. Queen's on, Earth's on, Trisha's on. Yep, Earth, Queen Bee, Trisha. You're going to get shipped to Earth. Queen Bee is on. Also, Earth, Queen Bee, and Trisha Talks are all three on. Jay, should I dump him over there? That would be. And Web Sleuth is coming on with Drama 101. So there's that. She probably will be unhappy that the stuff with her CrimeCon event is being talked about. So yeah, that's a good explanation, Autumn. Yep. Okay. You guys are headed to Earth, but Queen Bee and Trisha Talks are on also. So you've got quite a few choices. I appreciate you, J-Dub. Have a good night, you guys. See you soon. Next time you see me, I'll be smiling pretty because the man's home. So bye, y'all. Oh, by the way, really quick, before you guys get out of here, Kyle asked if we can do a stream so he can address the pillow biter. So you might get a stream coming near you of Kyle yelling into a pillow like reality. I told him we can only address her if he screams it into a pillow. So, it might be fun. Stay tuned. Who knows what shit shows are about to arrive. Okay, bye.